Yo, what up, what up, what up? Welcome back to Pnoid News, man. Listen, all right. We got, what I mean, like a day today. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep this 100. We got a day today, right? Well, first, what I'm saying, before we get started today, I wanted to stand here and chill out my T Public. Look, we done put a whole bunch of new designs up. You can get a day of the pillow, all right? You can get a GDP number go up T-shirt. You can get a Pol Pot meme T-shirt, bro. Listen, this is based. You know what I'm saying? You can get a burn it all down T-shirt, right? All the memes that I've been making, all the things that we make popular through our, different social medias that we do on Discord, the deep internet shit, right? Yo, this Pol Pot, is that a liberal arts degree meme? This was made by Breaker, right? Listen, y'all should go over. The link is in the description for the T Public. You can go over and order whatever it is that you want. And you can stand here and, you'll help support the channel and at the same time spread the message and get normies to come, and understand what we're talking about. All right, spread the memes in public. All right, make your memes your dreams, fella. All right. And if you have any really dank memes that you actually think are dank and that they're not just funny to you and your Zoomer friends, listen, send them over in the Discord, right? Or on the Twitter, the link is in the description as well, right? Or even on, the Substack, legit, right? And listen, we'll get them made in the t-shirts, and, you can make your memes your dreams, okay? And we can get out here in public and make fun of all these morons who are doing moron shit, all right? But Cappy, man, I got my boy Cappy here with me on Discord. What up, man?
Hey yo, nothing much, hanging out. It's been a fucking week thus far. It's only Tuesday. We had Pete Hertz get wiped, I think. I seen the Pope. He got, he took a sleep.
Yeah, the Pope
There's a couple
done
other
decided to
things.
go home to God rather than continue to hang out here with us. I respect him for that. You know what I'm saying? I do. It's a better way to go. You know what I mean? If you're gonna do it, you know what I mean? He showed that he, lives what he believes, or he dies how he believes. You know what I'm saying? Either way it goes, right?
I seen Disney has a hand in his replacement. They're thinking about putting a black guy in the Vatican.
Oh man, listen, that's super based. That's super based. You know what I mean? That's based and zaced right there.
Dude, he's actually anti-immigrant. It's fucking interesting.
I love it. I love it so much. I just want him to hop up as Pope and go, "Why are you gay?" Right? I just want that. I want that to be a thing. You know what I mean?
He looks like fucking Nelson Mandela.
Oh, it's fucking great. Love it so much. So much. Right. It is what it is. We got all this banana stuff going on. We have that. Also, you know what I'm saying? Recently there's been, Trump today floated the idea of mom medals, right? I have this in the Discord, you know what I mean? So we can stand here and hold up, let me get the audio on for this thing. And we're gonna check this out. Cappy, holla when you want to stop. Because I'm gonna have to do things or whatever. Probably actually end here. This is how I turn it off. That one, yeah, it's out. Okay. Listen, so this is what we're gonna do. This is gonna be based and zaced. Let's get down to business and handle what we gotta handle. Let's listen to some of this video, and I'm gonna chime in because I have some solutions that I think nobody has thought of yet. Let's keep it a beam. So let's rock and roll.
All right, so let's turn to this big story in the New York Times yesterday that laid out exactly what the Trump administration is planning to do in order to make good on Donald Trump's pledge to create a, quote, baby boom in the United States of America. We can put this first element up on the screen. The New York Times published a big feature yesterday digging into exactly how the administration is approaching this. You can see the headline is White House assesses ways to persuade women to have more children. Emma Waters from the Heritage Foundation is featured in the photo there. I think we both know her.
Yeah, old friend of mine.
Yeah, Emma's actually a really interesting thinker. First graph of the story. The White House has been hearing out a chorus of ideas in recent weeks for persuading Americans to get married and have more children. An early sign that the Trump administration will embrace a new cultural agenda, which, by the way, I took issue with that line in the story, by the way. A, quote, early sign that the Trump administration will embrace a new cultural agenda? Are you kidding me? There have been so many signs that the Trump administration will embrace this new cultural agenda. One proposal shared with aides would reserve 30% of scholarships for the Fulbright program for applicants who are married or have children. Another would give a $5,000 cash, quote, baby bonus to every American mother after delivery. A third calls on the government And this is a saga where I know you have all kinds of thoughts and are excited to weigh in to fund programs that educate women on their menstrual cycles. Saga specific.
Was what I.
All right.
So, is this just not something women know? Like, I figured, they might know something about menstrual cycles, maybe. Kind of, maybe.
I mean, like, okay. Women are like dudes, they run the gambit in intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Like, some women are retarded, some dudes are retarded, right? And like, so I would assume like retarded females, probably don't know a lot, and they're not being raised by like anybody but the school at this point. Because like their mom don't want to have these conversations with them. But I feel like there's more moms now having these type of conversations with their kids. There probably should be. You know what I mean? Because like, I don't know. Like, I feel like we're not passing down like general information. Like just here recently, me and you were having a conversation and you said you sent me a Substack article, right? And you were like, hearth, right? And like, I read the thing. I was like, oh, a hearth. Oh, God, listen. Like, we're not passing down basic info between, adults and children. Hey, no. It's okay, bro. Like, you're young.
No,
right?
I'm just saying, right? Like, I don't pretend to be nothing else. I live amongst.
I'm not.
Right?
Listen, I'm not saying that, right? Because like, you have a hearth in your house.
Like, I might have a hearth and I might have a hearth too.
You don't have a hearth. You might have a hearse, but I didn't see it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you don't have a hearse, right? But like, these are the type of things. Like, it's some basic ass shit. Like, so like, when your pops passed, right? Like, me and you had conversations about like things that you need to do like at the crib, and you were like, I have no idea how to do any of these things. This is basic shit that my dad passed to me. You know what I mean? And like the big homies around me passed to me that like I had to learn, right? And like basic drywall and how to swing a hammer, how to build steps, just all this type of stuff that you got to do around your crib, right? That like your dad didn't give to you. And when he died, you were like 17, 18 years old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So like, these are things you should have had in your repertoire already. And this is what I'm saying. It's like, there's a lot of stuff we're not passing out because I know your dad knew how to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he built the whole bitch by himself.
This is what I'm saying, right? And you don't know anything about it at all, right? And so these are some basic things that like just shit that's just not getting passed down as a whole, right? So there's a good possibility that that's a thing, right? Where like women are just not being told about this stuff. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what's going on with my generation not telling their kids shit. I don't know what's up with that, because I got kids older than you, and I drop as much wisdom on them as possible. That's my mentality. Always try and give them as much, knowledge as I can.
My perspective on this being like, you kind of just know how your own systems work. Like, it's something you kind of figure out as you go up. Like I think every dude kind of understands how their dick works after like, I don't know, 13. Roughly.
Nah, dog. Nah. Listen, I gotta tell you a story. So, like, I was hanging out on the dock, right? I was a manager at Samsung, right? I was like running the operation and shit, whatever, for like the quality control. And so we're sitting here doing like wetness testing, for like moisture inside of the units in the wrap, and we're doing like fucking testing for like defects and shit. You got to open it up, make sure like they weren't damaged on the way in, that type of stuff, right? And so it's part of quality control. And I'm sitting here and I'm hanging out with like a bunch of these guys who, are unloading the truck. And the one dude who was like, there working over the summer while he was on college break, he looks at me and we're all like cutting it up about females, whatever. And he goes, yo, man, every time a female gets off, she drops an egg, right?
No fucking way.
Yeah, I swear to God. College educated dude with a daughter.
She drops an egg.
Yeah.
And he had a daughter.
Yeah.
So, like, there's one of two things that could have happened here, right? Yeah. Either his bitch keeps eggs in her snatch, or, like, they only fuck in the dark.
Again, basic knowledge not being passed down. And all of us laughed our balls off. It's like, bro, what did you just say? Like, yo, Listen, like what is the words that just came out of your face? You know what I mean? Because me and my Puerto Rican homie were sitting there, we were bugging, we were fucking just dying, right? Like yo, we had to walk away from him, and he's like, what? And I was like, yo, listen, dog, like that is like 100% from wrong. This is what I'm saying, bro. Right? Like yo, this is yeah, like this is the level that like motherfuckers at, and this was fucking this was
how is this not
13
something
this
you
was
figure out,
13
like, right
14 years
away?
ago, bro.
Bro, like, how do you not figure it out right away? Like, the first time you're with a chick, right? The first thing you try and figure out is the controls, right?
Yo,
You hit the check engine light, all that fun stuff.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
you know, how you gonna fuck enough to have a kid and not know what happens when she didn't get off? This motherfucker. This motherfucker didn't get her off.
Yo,
They call this nigga minute and a half.
no, it's not that, bro. It's that literally, like, he has no idea how shit works. He's lost. This dude's lost as fuck. And again, this is basic shit that we're not passing down.
Yeah. So they got the menstrual cycle stuff. Said something about mom medals and a $5,000 bonus.
Yes.
Just on the side, you know something about raising kids. How much does the average kid cost?
I mean, more than $5,000.
You see, I was kind of thinking that too. I'd
I
say
mean, see,
the last figure I heard was something like,
listen, having a kid to get $5,000 is like buying an airplane for the peanuts. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Kind of on the same level, right? Like, you're gonna give me $5,000 a month? Because that would help. I'd have all the kids. Give me 5 racks a month.
you could probably do a solid 6 on $5,000.
Yeah,
I
100%. You
mean,
could buy a piece of
it's gonna
land
be
and
government.
just keep building. You know what I mean? Like, just keep building it out. Like fucking just keep adding rooms as you need them.
I was gonna say until you can get a garden going, it's gonna be government mac and cheese. But I mean, you can make it work.
Yeah, 100%. Right? Give me $5,000 a month. Like, yo, we could have this conversation because I can make some shit happen. Because then at that point, like, yo, you can go earn $3,000 at McDonald's or whatever and like fucking be cool. You know what I mean? Because now you're just stable. Now you have $5,000 a month of income. You go, hey, listen, I need a house. Now you can afford a house. But $5,000 at a one-time payment is worthless. Like, listen, if you gave me $5,000 right now, I'm still broke.
Not to mention they've thrown all that money in the economy just to make it worth less.
Right? Like, you give me $5,000 right now, like I'm still broke. Like I'm gonna not have any money in 2 weeks.
Yo, say that shit goes through, right? Like, how many fucking gold-plated rims you think you're gonna see?
None, not a one.
None.
Right?
What do
None,
No.
none.
iPhone. Like, what are we up to?
Women
Like
don't buy
27s?
gold-plated rims
But
because they're not
they like
giving
to
the
hand
money to
out
dudes.
patches on
They're
boys'
not
blood.
giving the money to dudes.
I don't know. I seen some stuff about like some chicks giving money to dudes.
Oh, chicks 100% will give money to dudes, right? There's going to be a bunch of guys who get bailed out of jail, right? And there's probably going to be, like some new PlayStations bought, maybe some Jordans, right? But like real shit, mostly what that'll go to is like rent and electric bills.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah.
nobody cares about that $5,000. Let's keep it 100% honest, right? That $5,000 like first payment, like it just you're not helping. $5,000 doesn't cover anything. Like $5,000 does almost nothing.
You're putting a band-aid on a gushing chest wound.
No, you're not even doing that. You're literally throwing a piece of gauze from across the room at it.
Oh, hey, welcome, Mountain.
What up, man?
boys?
Yeah,
We're you're just the man we wanted to see. We're speaking women's affairs.
yeah.
Women? What's that? How do you define that?
I mean, like, yo, you have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, give a DNA test probably. But like, yeah. So okay, basically, Trump said he wants to give out mom medals and fucking or a $5,000 payment, right? And what was the other one they were talking about?
Mom medals 5,000 and menstrual cycle classes.
Yeah,
See, this
classes
is
to
how
tell
you
them how
know
their menstrual
that
cycle works.
this is how you know that they're listening to this show and getting all the ideas without credit, right?
No,
Because didn't I say like 6 months ago, like Trump needs to figure out how to rebrand Hitler Youth with a positive spin?
I mean, but this isn't it though, right? He didn't like. Let's keep this
It's
100% honest. Wait, let's keep this honest, right?
it's a step.
Hitler gave out like 40 grand per family. Gaddafi gave out 60.
It's a step in the direction. Maybe
No,
he's
it's
just
not.
dipping his
It is
toe in the waters.
literally not a step in the right direction in any way.
How's that?
Because 5
Aren't we
grand
supposed to
is,
promote like childbirth,
I mean, yes
Yeah,
and
but
no.
like,
like family creation, which is the bedrock of community, like
No,
instead of like
no,
the state being the daddy and all that
no,
nonsense?
no. Yeah. This doesn't help any of that.
you're
Explain.
using the state to try and like, make this happen artificially is kind of like using a ratchet as a hammer.
No, it's not. Again, like
It's
I
the
like
wrong
the
tool for the
original
job.
one. I like the original one we came up with. You said a band-aid on a gunshot wound. I said no. It's like throwing gauze from across the room at somebody who got shot. This is what this is. Like you're basically not helping at all.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree. Like, if I was in charge, I would suggest something like going to Fannie Mae and taking things off the REO tape in the single family realm and giving it to people, and then that would also stimulate construction. Then also providing like stimulus for contractors to do the repairs and upgrade the house, bring it to code,
Hmm.
shit
I
like
mean,
that.
here's my mental. I was gonna save this, right? But like here's my idea. And nobody has tried this yet. I got graphic. I have a graphic. Here's my graphic. Okay. So like you probably can't see that shit, you know what I mean, in Discord or whatever. Right? It says while some countries have experimented with various pro-natalist policies to encourage higher birth rates, including financial incentives and tax breaks, there is no evidence that eliminating child support in any form has been widely attempted as a solution. Like, listen, why don't we eliminate child support?
Why don't we eliminate the family court?
I mean, listen, that's again another step in the right direction, but like, listen, family courts are a necessity for retards. All right, let's keep it a buck. There's a lot of petty, garbage, terrible human beings, right, who go back and forth. They need the court to fucking settle their disputes because like these motherfuckers don't have the ability to do so themselves, and like that just is what it is. But how about we eliminate child support? Why don't you take the penalty off of men for having babies? Right? Because you eliminate
Here's
child
the real
support.
third
Listen,
rail.
you eliminate child support, I promise you, guys like me are going to knock up every broad in the area.
You're
Here's
trying
the
to go for
real.
double digits, right? Like we know you're a little biased on this, right? But like,
Yeah, I mean,
can
like,
we
but
can we
it'll
go
work
back to
though.
the days? Can we go back to the days where like every time a bitch stuck her kid in the turkey fryer, like we kind of just called her a witch and let due process happen?
Yeah, I feel
I mean, as
you.
long as we're going for radical change.
Yeah.
So, I think the real third rail conversation no one's brave enough to have is birth control and abortion. Did you see that Peterson and Rogan had a
Yeah, I did.
interview put out? So literally a Klan Nazi rally in real time, and they touched briefly on the subject of birth control. Right, started to hit mainstream in the '60s, and Joe had an interesting thought. He's like, so it used to be that if you stuck it in, there could be a real, like, there were high chances that there'd be a consequence, so people took sex more seriously. And now that it became so frivolous, and Jordan was like, yeah, but hindsight is 2020, and no one could have foreseen that the cascading consequences would have been rampant porn. The way they saw it was free sex would lead to less degeneracy because you could just fuck all the time and not worry about it.
I mean, this is true, right? But on the same level, um, you know, they needed to add women to the workforce because men were getting too expensive, right? And they had to defeat the Soviets. So I mean, like, what you're doing right now is being a traitor to your own country, right? That's what you're doing at the moment. You wanted the Soviets to win.
Oh,
That's the
damn.
problem.
You
Yes.
got
You
me.
fucking communist.
I actually, I think the Chinese need more money. Like, we need to give them more industry.
Yeah.
Like, we've only gotten them like halfway to where we're at. Like, until like literally every town in America is like Kensington, we haven't supported China enough
You're saying we
and
need to
our
be
other
more
great friends.
globalist, completely be 100% globalist, all like just whole way, everything just be internationalist, like just
What we need to do is drain the Atlantic so that there's less water to get from like boatloads of Africans to our shores, so we can just give them our lives and everything and kiss their asses
based,
and give them our
based.
clothes and our
based.
houses. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But like
And
that's
then China
actually
can be
yeah.
number one.
Yeah, but that's actually what it was, right? Is literally they wanted to get women out of the house so that they could stand here and have like more workers, right? They needed to get
Yeah,
the
I
pay
know.
down. That's it. That's all that shit was in the end of the day, right? And so today, when we're standing here looking at this and we're having this conversation, I'm not 100% sure that like I mean, what you're saying is even possible anymore, right? Like, and I'll be honest. Like getting rid of like abortion, yes, it'll get us up about another 18%, right? But I mean, 18% of 1.6 will get us to like 1.8. We'll still be below replacement.
Okay, do you think we're getting close to the point where we can admit that GDP is a fake number and we're just like abandoning the whole system? Or is that way too far off in the distance? Because
Too far off.
I feel like that's what's actually right around the corner.
Yeah, because like, well, GDP is important for figuring out how much tax money is going to be coming in next year or whatever. So that's why it's an important number. So as long as you have the government making payments, um,
Yeah, it's fake. Like we all kind of like Bukele literally got on a microphone in front of the U.S. In on U.S. TV on U.S. soil, and was like, "People think that your taxes pay for government shit. You literally make the money up out of thin air. Why are you paying taxes?" And nobody's talking about that. That shit's almost a year or two old already.
yeah, because like people have been saying that shit forever, and
Yeah,
like
like
as long
the jig is up, isn't it?
it doesn't matter if the jig is up. If people keep paying their fucking taxes, then they keep paying their taxes. Like, I'll be real with you. We all know the reason why we pay taxes, even though they just make the money up. It's to keep demand for dollars. It's because if they just printed the money out as they needed it, inflation would go fucking insane. So they have to like collect some amount of dollars from the general population and then effectively burn it and then just spend whatever the fuck they were going to spend anyway.
I was gonna say, right, like the reason we pay taxes, like you got like the intellectual stance. The reason most people pay taxes is because the cops exist.
Yeah, yeah. And the cops in this case are just making it so that there's a constant demand for people to have dollars. And it's a self-reinforcing loop there because you have to pay taxes on your income, right? So if you get dollars, the police will also make you like give them dollars for getting those dollars.
Remember, there's like $5 trillion a year collected in taxes, and this is a $22 trillion a year fucking economy, right? So technically, it's about 20% of the fucking U.S. currency every year is collected and burned, right? And it's just a way of them being able to like continue to have dollars like have any value because they'll just burn them and get rid of them. You know what I'm saying? It's like creating artificial fucking scarcity, right? That's literally what 90% of it is. Right. But like, yeah, so like back to my like original, like my original thing. We could just end child support, right? And women will get pregnant. This is really, really easy to do. Like the reason why like a lot of females don't get pregnant is because like there's that threat of like dudes losing their entire paychecks. Right. You know what I mean? But like real shit, that shit goes away, bro. Like, bruh. Like, you don't understand the amount of kids we will fucking have. Like, we will fucking have kids out the ass. It just won't be by, like, families.
I mean, let's be real here. The rate of shotgun marriages would also go up.
This is true, right?
That's
And
Maybe.
absolutely fine.
and you would
And this
eliminate
is-
you would eliminate some of this bullshit of men versus women thing. Right? I mean,
Right.
there's this whole culture of like men and women being on opposite sides or whatever, because like the women will no longer have the government to rely on to give them a paycheck. So they'll lose that attitude of like, oh, like fucking behave yourself or I'll fucking steal half your shit. That'll be gone. You know what I mean? Like, and the dudes will be able to go like, hey, fuck you, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, we can reorganize like actual social politics in a proper manner that makes sense. Rather than doing it culturally, you're doing it like through natural fucking like natural relationships between men and women.
Well, you're also going to de-incentivize women wanting to trap men by getting pregnant all the time. There's not going to be a big payoff to do that.
Buck, I haven't seen anything about that in a long time.
Yeah, that's
No.
kind of been dealt with. Like even like the NBA and the NFL now have like classes on like how to like sabotage. You know what I'm saying? Like condoms and shit. You know what I mean? All this type of stuff. And I mean everybody's hip to that fucking game. So like that doesn't happen that often anymore. But like yeah, so like
I'm not. No, I'm not talking about to the rich men. I'm talking about to the poor men. It happens all the time.
I
It happens
mean,
all the time with ratchet women,
Yeah, but
welfare mamas.
there's only so much like blood you can get out of a stone. Like
Mhm.
if you trap like a random plumber, all you're gonna do is like ruin him and not be able to get any more money out of him at that point.
Yeah, and fathers will
I
also
get
be
it.
in their children's lives more often. You know what I mean? This will incentivize like family structures that make sense. I mean,
I
there'll be
agree.
yeah, like this will be natural social cohesion. You know what I mean? That's much better, and you'll get the government the fuck out of everybody's lives. Yeah, I feel like this might be, you know what I mean, like the answer because I looked it up, and there are like no countries that don't have child support. Like, did you know it's like one of the largest policy things in the entire world? It has
No.
like a whole thing at The Hague. Hang on a minute, bro.
Yeah, the USA has been pushing it for
Bruh.
Yeah,
basically since like the Cold War, where
and it's such a punitive system too. Like Tom's right. It completely pits the sexes against each other.
Hold up. You're telling me fucking Papua New Guinea has child support, right?
Yes, yes.
Like they got these countries where cannibals are still out there in the fucking jungle, and they got child support.
well, like
No.
in real life, what that usually means when you're talking about these areas where like especially where there's like a lot of
Right, you
traditional
like
unemployment, what it means is that if you owe child support and you run away to that country, they'll deport you back because you owe child support.
well, I want to hear what Tom has to say on that because it sounds like he went and read on this.
Oh, I've
It's
made
like-
whole videos on it, right?
Yeah, but like you're telling me in like Romania and Papua New Guinea they got child support.
Oh yeah, 100%. The Convention of 23 November 2007, the International Recovery of Child Support and Other Forms of Family Maintenance (HCH) 2007 Child Support Convention, the Protocol of 23 November 2007 on the law applicable to maintenance obligations, to seek to establish a modern, efficient, accessible international system for the cross-border recovery of child support and other forms of family maintenance. The specialized section contains a range of information on the convention and the protocol, including their full text, current statuses, explanatory documents, and other material which assess those working with you. Right. This is at The Hague.
Hey yo, if you had to guess, how many fathers do you think in the U.S. are paying child support?
I mean, they have those numbers.
Percent. Like I'm looking at them now.
I don't know. How many is it?
Supposedly, half of custodial mothers had legal child support agreements in place. Only a quarter of fathers did themselves.
It's a huge imbalance.
That's a fucking massive
In
number.
2021, the U.S.
Yep.
Child Support Program served 13.2 million children, including those living with non-custodial parents. 5.4 million parents were owed child support, and a larger number of those, 63% of men owed money received least a portion of it were the amount they owed. Yeah, so there's
What
only 12.9 million custodial parents in America.
what's the percentage, Tom, of women that are actually paying
12.9
child support?
custodial parents.
It's like it's 12%.
And what was the amount paying child support?
For men, what, 63%?
Nearly half of the 12.9 million custodial parents nationwide had a court order, child support award, or some other form of a type of agreement in place to receive financial support from non-custodial parents. Of the 6.4 million custodial parents with child support agreements, 88% reported having legal orders, while the remaining 12% reported having informal agreements. 7.1 million custodial parents lacked a legal child support agreement in 2018. Custodial parents without a legal agreement in place, top 3 reasons gave for having, they didn't feel it was necessary. The other parents provided what they could support. They didn't think the other parent could afford to pay child support. That's 39, 38, and 30%. Nearly 21% of all custodial parents had contacted the government for assistance, outreach, and contact for child support in offices, State Department of Social Services, or other welfare TANF serve offices, child support related assistance. Yeah.
Bruh.
23% of U.S. female-headed families reported receiving any amount of child support. 26% 2020.
You know, you may be onto something with this child support thing.
Yeah, I know.
And at the same time, no fault divorce. Another big boner in the soup.
Yep.
Yeah.
The main thing with no fault divorce is that like it can't be, oh, I'm bored, I get to like run off with half your shit. That
So, all right, real quick, give me like the short no fault divorce for like idiots because I've never been married.
okay,
Irreconcilable differences.
right. No
Yep.
fault divorce means that basically it used to be that you could only get a divorce if there was like some criminal finding
Or abandonment.
right.
It's basically the opposite of
Adultery,
fault.
abandonment, yeah.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. Basically, you would have to either cheat on your wife or fail
Hmm.
some of your duties as a husband in order to get a divorce, or vice versa. Although that's a lot less we like to talk about it less, but yeah, if you were a husband, you could divorce your wife and give her nothing if she cheated on you, which respectable. Anyhow, so the no fault divorce is basically you have this legal standard where the two parties split without either admitting fault, even though they're like you're breaking a contract, right? And when you break a contract, like the whole thing is that one party ends up paying out to like make
Hmm.
the other party whole in any contract breaking
Have you
facilities.
all right, yo, Cappy, did you read that article I wrote about the fucking legal system?
You're gonna have to be more specific. You're right about that a lot.
Listen, I wrote an article about justice porn a couple days ago.
Oh yeah.
All right. So
it's basically yeah.
all
Oh,
right, so
you know
like
better.
you know how like in movies when you see like people getting divorced, they go in front of like a judge and shit, and there's like fucking like oh she cheated, I mean he did this or whatever the case is, and like they fucking like trying to figure out who did what so they can like do alimony or whatever the fuck it is. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, well that doesn't exist in real life, right? That's not how the system works in any way, shape, or form. Like the vast majority
Well, not for us.
yeah. The vast majority of fucking
That's
like
yeah. Good.
yeah, the vast majority of families, what ends up happening is when mom and dad split, I mean, there's like literally like nobody found at fault for anything. So like it's just automatically that the mom gets the fucking kids for the most part because the dad got to work and he ain't got no fucking like babysitter and he can't afford a babysitter. You know what I'm saying? As a whole. So like literally the mom gets the kids and then she goes down and she fucking files for fucking child support and she can even file for spousal support with the state. where like she basically just gets a set amount of money, and then the kids get a set amount of money every week out of his paycheck, right? And that's just how it works, because like there's nobody found at fault, and it doesn't matter. And then if you want to do custody, then you got to get a lawyer, and go through like that whole process. And it's considered
you
civil.
Do the whole jumping through hoops, getting drugged through mud, etc.
Yeah. So it's civil. So therefore,
hey,
well, here's here's the thing.
The advertisements up,
Wait,
right?
here's the thing. It's a civil matter, right? And so in it being a civil matter, what happens is you don't have the right to a trial or a jury or even a fucking representation.
It's all based on guidelines determined by your state governance.
Yeah.
And the judge just looks at you as a piece of meat with a number on it, hanging from the next hook going down the assembly line.
Yeah.
And the standard of evidence is preponderance of evidence. Basically,
none.
Yeah. Like you have like of the evidence available, it points at this. Well, like if you don't have a lawyer on one side, and especially if this is like sprung on someone, they're not gonna like. What are you? Realistically, how do you substantiate most like claims as far as like relationships go? You can't. So it's just garbage in, garbage out, and you ruin a guy's life and give like the woman the money and probably like some benzodiazepine script and like call it a day.
Well, as I said, eliminate child support, and you can get the birth rates up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about combining that with also a certain amount of children you paid no taxes? No taxes anymore.
Yeah, they've tried this in multiple
There are countries
places.
that do that.
Yeah, and it doesn't work at all.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, it don't work.
It doesn't work because specifically every time they do it for the women, and that just means that like you're trying to encourage mothers to work, and that doesn't work.
Yeah,
right?
Every country that's tried to help women, it never works, right? Because like,
well, why shouldn't it be? Why shouldn't it be a family unit that gets it, man and woman?
Because it doesn't exist anymore.
Why just women?
Because it doesn't exist anymore.
Right. Because like you need dudes with some level of stability and upward mobility in order to like form a family unit around.
But if it was based on family units, wouldn't that encourage that? Maybe.
No.
No. You need to give the dude a leg up, and then he can lift the woman up, and then they can become like family. It's just doesn't work if you like. Well, what you're doing at that point is you're just bootstrapping the people who were already going to do it anyway, which is some percentage of the population. It's just not like meaningful, and most of the time those people have like there's a reason why in the middle of like this dysgenic, hateful of life society that they ended up like forming a family anyway. That means that you're just piling another like you're just pushing somebody downhill faster. You're not really helping them all that much, because they probably have some sort of support mechanism or like way of managing their family if they manage to actually form one with all of the headwinds as it is.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, like the thing is like me personally, like because like I've become like so cynical about life and just like I understand how things work inherently. Like I know that the governments are gonna raise my kids. Like I know that's what it is because like there's no way like I'm ever gonna be stable enough to like fucking beat the government. Right? Like it just there's no way. And this is the reality of like what happened after we shipped all of our jobs off. Right? Instead of like the fucking government going, all right, well, we're going to give these dudes a check to keep them stable and, maintain these families. We're going to give women a check because in an Anglo society, it is impossible to help men. Right? It's fucking actually impossible. Like you cannot politically help men in our society. That's just.
I don't know why you're so cynical, Tom. I think instead of going to all these car shows and like buying boats, you should just hang around the mansion and be with your kids more.
Based. I agree. It's probably my fault. You know what I mean? 100%. You know, I'm like, my Bugatti's the wrong color. I think that's what the issue is. That's why I'm so cynical.
Like every 3 years, don't go to Burning Man.
True.
I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah, but like this is kind of where it is, right? Is that like, you know, you have to have stability for the men in order to have family creation. And this economy that we have is so fucking cutthroat that nobody, like, the moment you get like a fucking hangnail and miss a day of work, you're fucking making up for that for months. That's the problem.
Well, isn't this divorced from the global supply chain going to give us the freedom to do that?
In like 10 years.
Like this?
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
take time.
Yeah, but it's on the way. At least the good news is it's happening
yeah.
one way or the other.
Cappy might be able to enjoy it when he's middle aged.
Yeah, the rest of us
Yeah, I'll
kinda
be dead.
fucked. The rest of us are kind of fucked.
Fuck all that noise.
Yeah.
I'd
'Cause
rather deal with fucking bandits on the road than this dumb shit.
yeah.
I mean, like, yo,
like,
you're
You
in
might.
good position, bro. Like, you have a nice house. Your mom's like cool with you. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you could just live there and like, yo, build from that point. The rest of us weren't even afforded that fucking option. That's the issue.
right. And that's not us being jealous. Like, you were set up by your parents, like, in the way that everyone should have been and everyone could have been if the boomers weren't like horrible selfish people.
I got that disease of like the grass is greener kind of deal.
Oh, it happens to
But it
everybody.
is. The grass always is perceived as greener because of the angle that you're looking at the grass. You don't see the dirt until you're standing on top of it.
That and we were all
That's
raised
the
by
origin of
women.
the phrase.
We were all raised by women, right? And like, you know, fucking, there's a joke from the Joe Budden podcast, right? Where like he went over an old Bill Hicks joke where like he was saying fucking how there was Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, they had everything they ever wanted, you know what I mean? Like fucking just bliss on tap, it was amazing and da da da, right? You know what I mean? And like, yo, fucking they're naked and much sex as they want, and you know what I mean, just they're fed and everything's great. And the woman looks around and goes, just not enough, is it? Right? And then like fucking
Yes.
everybody laughs, and then like the female who's there goes, oh, I thought there was gonna be more. Right? And fucking
that's
like
the
everybody's
point.
like, that's the point. You know what I mean? That's the fucking point right there.
Facts. Yeah, so that's the other half of the equation is that even if you try to partially disincentivize the bad behaviors, then the women will just act miserable at home until you want to leave anyway.
Well, I mean,
Like they'll find a
why
way
the
to
50s
destroy the
sucked.
relationship.
That's why the 50s sucked. You know what I mean? Like everybody thinks the 1950s was great because like, you know, they watched Leave It to Beaver and they thought that's what the 1950s was like. The reality is that women were basically prisoners in their home. You know what I mean? And like it was terrible for like women. You know what I mean? Because they basically didn't have any community. They fucking like all their chores were done in like an hour and a half and they had nothing to fucking do. Right? And that's a miserable way to live. That's a miserable way to live. Let's keep it a bean, right?
The time I've ever felt the most useful in my own house is when the power went out and I had to start the wood stove inside.
Yeah. That's kind of
That's
the point.
that's not true, Tom. They had plenty of Quaaludes and vibrators.
They
Yeah,
didn't
the
have
Sackler
vibrators
family,
in the
gave them-
1950s. That didn't exist.
No, they
Well, they
Oh,
did. It was
yes.
called the washing machine.
it did
No,
exist.
they-
They,
it
Throw a
did.
pair of shoes in
No.
it.
It
was used to
existed
treat
as
hysteria.
it existed as early as the early 1900s. It was a way to treat hysteria.
Yeah, it was a
Doctors
medical
actually,
device.
doctors actually used it on women. That's how it was invented.
Just like face sitting used to be a treatment for shell shock victims.
Yeah, and Cleopatra had a vibrator. It was a hollow piece of wood stuffed with bees. So they could do that.
Facts.
By the way, the Sackler family that gave us the most recent opiate epidemic with OxyContin, they came out with the Valium.
Okay. All right.
in the 60s.
Here's how this works. Okay, so the vibrator was motherfucking marketed in the 1900s, right? But it wasn't until the 60s and 70s that it gained widespread recognition as a sex toy.
Yeah, because like
Because it's
it
it's a massager.
no. It's literally for treating hysteria. Like
Yeah, it was invented long before it became marketable.
Yeah.
Right. Like
Because it was a
here's
medical treatment.
right. Like dudes were so not used to getting their women off that like they thought that it was literally a medical procedure. Um,
Well, she would go
meanwhile,
into the doctor's office. The doctor actually would use it on her to treat her hysteria.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
that's why women go to the doctor so much.
also yeah.
Probably.
No, they're genuinely sick. Like, have you ever lived with a girl? Like, all my live-in girlfriends, my wife, they're always like sickly and fucking like unhealthy. Like, what's wrong with you?
You ever see what they eat?
They're always dying. Yeah, they live on chicken nuggies and French fries. They're like, I wonder why I'm always sick. Like,
Yo,
because you're retarded.
so like my baby's mom's like she has like alopecia, right? You know what I'm saying? And
No fucking way.
yeah,
Yo, do you get the plunger out?
I feel like you don't know what alopecia is.
It's where you have no hair.
No.
What
Like,
parts of
listen,
your hair fall out?
yeah. It's like the where like the part is in the front. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets thinned out, right?
Well, no, like when dudes get it, they ain't got no hair.
Yeah. That's male pattern
And, like,
baldness, right? But like the female
no, like,
alopecia,
it's
the
completely
female
different.
alopecia, right, is caused by like shitty fucking diet for the most part. That's like 98% of it.
Malnutrition.
Yeah, right. And so like last night I was sitting here, I was watching this thing. I forget what the fuck it was on. It was on some fucking channel. I was watching, and it was on Jimmy Dore, right? Okay. And so basically, like this broad goes on Jimmy Dore, right? And she starts talking about how like, you know, they're solving these problems by treating like gut biomes with, you know what I mean, kimchi. Well, you know what I mean, like I sent it to my baby's moms, you know what I mean, and like, you know, they were like, because like originally I sent it to her because like we were talking about like kids misbehaving by, and like they solved like a lot of like their like fucking social shit and like their fucking anger and like just in general being an asshole by giving them a proper diet. And, you know what I mean, I was like, yo, listen, you know what I mean, see, look, you know what I mean, like our kids would behave themselves a little bit better if like, you know, you would stop feeding them fucking goddamn cupcakes and shit all the goddamn time, right? You know what I mean? Like maybe Lego waffles shouldn't be dinner all the time, right? And so like, but she fucking saw the rest of it, which was like, you know, oh, you can treat alopecia by like fucking eating kimchi. And she's like, well, why don't you give me kimchi? And, you know what I mean, or like these kimchi pills and I can eat those. I was like, well, I can like get you sauerkraut because I'm not going to buy anything Gook eats. You know what I'm saying? Like, I refuse to eat anything that Gooks eat. I won't fucking ever do that shit. Like, fuck all that. Right?
Didn't
But
the
like,
Chinese invent pasta?
you shut your fucking whore mouth. No, like listen, the Chinese invented like the noodle, right? And like fucking the Italians invented pasta. There's nothing misunderstood about that, right? That's just like fucking saying, oh, listen, you know, I mean, the Native Americans invented tomatoes. No, they grew there, right? But
Happy, I think the Chinese were responsible for the Renaissance also.
no, that would be the Arabs.
That's what I heard.
That would be the Arabs, right?
No, they had their golden age at this like before us, but the Chinese had it, I believe, first.
No,
I think they invented paint.
Yeah,
The Chinese had their
Yeah.
had a golden age around like the 10th century, 11th. It's when they invented gunpowder. They invented I think they invented the first form of printing as far as the printing press long before Johannes Gutenberg, I believe.
Yeah.
It was like it was a block design.
Yeah, but that's
But-
really not the thing, right? So like what it is that you had like the Chinese invent things and then use them terribly, right? So like they
yeah.
invented gunpowder and they used it to like fucking like shoot shit in the air and make designs, right? Like we
They
took gunpowder
invented
and
gunpowder,
turned it into a
and then
way
they
to
put
like
it in
murder
stick.
people far away, right? That's what we did with gunpowder, right?
We
It's-
invented cannons. They put it in bamboo rods.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Big difference. But our Renaissance is directly fucking like our Renaissance and our like golden age was directly like fucking linked to like Arabs. Because like basically what happened was through the Silk Road trade, you had these guys bringing back this information from like the Arab states, right? That was like, you know, fucking hidden there. You know what I mean? And like
Yep.
they had preserved. So it wasn't the Chinese, right? But anyway, fucking yeah.
I think
So like, but anyways, like, and so today I went
Yeah,
up
yeah.
there, you know what I'm saying? Like, see my kids, spend some time, whatever it is, right? And fucking like, I was like, listen, we'll go to the store, you know, I grabbed some sauerkraut and some motherfucking pork chops and shit, and I hooked it up. And this broad literally acted like a fucking 2-year-old and pushed a sauerkraut off the top of a pork chop. right?
Mm.
And I'm like, oh, listen, no. I started yelling at her like a fucking kid, right? And she's like, fucking don't yell at me like that. I was like, nah, bitch, listen, like, yo, you need to stop being a fucking child, all right? There's a reason why, like, our kids don't want to eat anything. It's because you act like everything's fucking poison all the goddamn time. The moment it's fucking good for you. The fuck out of here with this goddamn bullshit. This is Americans as a whole, right? They hate anything, you know what I mean, that isn't, you know what I mean, like fucking mass processed fucking shit.
Boy slop.
Yep.
And there's a reason for that. You know, they do a lot of engineering in the labs to chemically balance the flavors, the mouthfeel, and the psychological results of these food products.
They dump a butt fuck full or ton of sugar inside of everything, and then it kind of has a similar effect to Coke on your brain.
Yes.
Sugar's too expensive. It's maltodextrin, which is a
Well, no,
synthetic
it's corn syrup.
saccharide
Fucking
Or
cheap.
corn syrup,
from
high
China.
fructose corn syrup.
Yeah,
HFCS
super
is
cheap
definitely a
Yeah.
product. Maltodextrin ships dry, and it's from China, probably. You get it in like 55-gallon drums
You
or bigger.
realize you can turn corn syrup into a powder because it's an organic liquid. At least it was at one point.
Yeah.
So you can
I
thin
highly
down
doubt it's an organic syrup anymore.
Well, it's not.
Is organic?
made
No.
of-
It is organically derived because corn is massively subsidized.
It's also literally everywhere in the Midwest.
Yeah, it's
Doubling
also
down on
GMO
that, it's
seed.
super. Yes, of course. That's what allows it to be produced. Very
Drowning in
quickly, very-
glyphosate and
Now,
like
the
imported
point-
fucking.
The point
Okay.
is, it is in fact sugar, even if it's dog shit sugar, which is the point
It's
I'm making.
full poison.
Yes, it's poisonous sugar, but it is still sugar.
Well, expect the health trends to deteriorate
What do you mean?
until people get their shit together. This has been studied widely, right? Like giving kids oats, even oatmeal. You give your kid oatmeal in the morning thinking you're doing them a
Yes.
favor, you're not.
Yes.
It
no,
gives them a
it
shitty
raises- it-
attitude. It gives them a crash.
Yep. Yep. It
Bad
raises your
attitudes.
blood sugar badly.
Yeah.
It's carbs, right?
Yep.
Also, doubling down, seed oils is literally just fucking engine lubricants. It causes hypertension,
Gut inflammation.
Yeah, it not just that. I think the actual fat itself, as it is stored, it's capable of oxidization, which
Correct.
is kind of a fucking negative.
Joint problems. The scientists are acting surprised that the pharmaceutical industry trained doctors are acting. They're clutching their pearls that there's so much juvenile. What is it now? Pancreas cancer,
Yeah.
diabetes,
Pancreatitis.
autism, all this shit.
Yep.
All this shit is
Yep.
popping up like wildfire.
Yeah.
And then you bring your
Yeah.
kid in like a normie. You're like, I don't understand, doctor. We give them the recommended Hostess cupcakes every day for breakfast. Oh, here's the problem. Pills. Get these pills. That'll fix it. Everyone's so fucking retarded.
Yeah. Anyways, I think where we started was with this video, and I think we got 30 seconds in.
I mean, I
There's a
think
video?
we're like a minute 30. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, you like to go through the videos at the very least.
I mean,
So I'm thinking
yeah.
we might as well finish what we started.
Yeah. True. Right. But like, yeah, hang on, bro. Let me get back to the fucking screen. Shit.
In for a penny, in for a pound. That's because all these issues are married to each other. It's like
No, I
impossible
agree.
to
I agree. Like,
disentangle.
this is just all of our society is completely broken. You know what I mean? So we're just standing here jumping from one to the next. All right, hang on. I gotta fucking put this back on the OBS. Oh wait, it's on the OBS.
No, I wanted to discuss it with you because we've both been involved in some of these discussions now for quite some time, pronatalism, and I think it's difficult for me to. It's difficult because I think 4 or 5 years ago when I started to hear this stuff and policy like in Hungary, right, where they're like, oh, we'll pay off your mortgage if you have 4 kids, you don't have to pay any tax, no income tax, and I was like, wow, this is fantastic. Here's the truth, though. It hasn't worked.
Never works.
Hungary, it didn't work. And by the way, this is not a knock on Hungary. It's a noble effort. But the truth is it doesn't work in any form that it takes. Every developed country in the world, even with socialized medicine, better healthcare and childcare than we could ever imagine, it doesn't work. It's like a product of industrial capitalism. It's like industrial capitalism itself is the main engine.
Amen.
When did Sagar become like fucking Uncle Ted?
Who's this guy?
This is Sagar Njari, I think, some shit like that.
He looks Indian.
He is
trust
Indian.
him.
This is Breaking
you
Point.
sure?
How do you not know about Breaking Point?
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
never
watch
heard
the
of it.
news.
This
Like,
isn't the news.
This is like the news for me.
I mean,
Like,
this
Is
is
that
like a
Vivek-
I
YouTube
read
show.
most of my information.
Are you sure it's not Vivek Ramaswamy in a skin suit or like some
I
makeup?
mean, it might be. It could be. Very good possibility it is. But
It,
like,
it might be. It might be the fucking kid from Johnny Quest.
I mean, I feel you, right? But yeah, nah, like yo, this is fucking Sagar or some shit, Sagar and something, whatever. I forget the fuck is whatever the fuck his name. But like basically, this dude, he's like a friend of JD Vance. It's him and Crystal Ball on the show. I'm sure all of you know who Crystal Ball is, right? She's a
Nope.
complete piece of fucking like human garbage.
Never
Oh, was
heard
that
of
the bitch that's like on the right?
She's married to Kyle Kalinske.
Yeah, she's not on the right at
I
all.
know she has a stripper name and Junos.
No, she's basically like a dyed in the wall fucking, you know what I mean, Democrat. Vote blue no matter who, fucking feminist, rah rah, you know what I mean, like fucking.
Yeah, let's go.
Pro
Femboy
system.
Harris 2028. Let's go, boys.
Where did this meme come from?
I made it the fuck up.
Oh,
be.
okay.
Could be. Femboy Harris 2028, right? Like yeah, she's like she's so blue no matter who, she hates Bernie. Like she thinks Bernie's too masculine for the ticket.
Bruh.
I agree.
Yeah, like she has
I know,
sons,
it's
you know what I mean? She hates dudes.
She should probably make them trans. Just to be safe.
Probably. Right. But like, yeah, man,
Do your
listen.
part to
Like
support,
I don't know
GDP.
when he became Uncle Ted, right? Legit. Like I find it hilarious that like in the mainstream now is Uncle Ted's talking points. Let's go, boys.
Hmm.
Yo, listen. Let's fucking go. Like, oh, it's fucking great. It's fucking great.
Red hat on right now. But I mean, even then, let's talk about the Soviet Union. Like we saw the destruction there of birth rates and of, they're talking about, for example.
Well,
like
can we
this-
put
yeah,
the
that
next
up.
element up on the screen, please? So the producers made this great graphic,
Yes.
just sort of talking about the specifics of what
read
has
'em
been proposed by people in these circles. So we talked about the $5,000 cash baby bonus to every American mother after delivery, fund programs that educate women on their menstrual cycles in parts so they can better understand when they're ovulating and able to conceive. And let me just briefly pause on that point. The idea behind that is to basically undercut the power of birth control, which people in these circles believe, I think it's a pretty good argument, actually has affected women's fertility. Women get married later, meaning they're on birth control for longer and longer periods of their life, which makes it harder to ultimately conceive when they want to because they've married later in their 30s, and that's already harder off the bat. So that's the idea behind it. Is it is it going to be a tough sell? Absolutely. Is it the role of the federal government? That is a different conversation.
All right, so like, listen. All right, again, we get back to like, did anyone hear like fucking Eric Weinstein's take on this? I believe Mountain was here last time we had a conversation,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think he's right, like 100%. I think Weinstein's right.
G.
Yeah,
He's 100% G.
right. Like Weinstein literally, like he sat here and he said, "Listen, you know, what I mean, what you need." For, you know what I'm saying, like moms to be able to, what you need like low variance, like fucking, like stable, like environments for child creation. And that's not exciting and it's not something that we have, right? We need something extremely stable in order to be like, hey, listen, am I going to be okay in 18 years to have a child? Because like, it's not like a house, you know what I mean? Because like you're able to like sell a fucking house. And I mean, the end of the day, like, yo, if you want to get out of your house, your like home investment, and I mean, like, you can literally sell the house or give it back to the bank, and like your credit's ruined. You can't do that with a child. You know, what I mean, in like 10 years when you lose your job or you break your leg or like you know, what I mean, you end up like catching Hep C, whatever the fuck it is that happens to you. You know what I mean? Right? This is the fucking issue in the end of the day.
A lot has to happen for that to be true. Like so much. It would basically be creating an us versus them. Like all the institutionalists would scream and claw and cry. You'd literally have to break up the country and be like, okay, here's zone A, here's zone B. If you're on board, head east. If you're not, head west and fuck you.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where we are, right? Like we need people to stand here and be able to, you know, what I mean, like fucking just have, you know, what I mean, like 18 years in them of being able to raise kids, and that doesn't exist. You know, like I don't know what you'd have to do to create that. I'm not sure how we get back there. I honestly don't know.
I do.
Go explain it,
It's
buddy.
easy. Sure. One, we want to put voting back to where it's people that have skin in the game because we have way too many retarded voters that think that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, can't do math, can't name the oceans. You know what I mean? Like you ask them how many seasons are, they list the months. Like they shouldn't be voting because they just go with NPC memes to like cast their ballot. That's fucked up. We need to go to paper
What about
ballots.
property owners?
The other thing about property, that's a whole mess, right? So you have all these varied interests that muddy the waters for the real estate game. We should probably do away with leasehold and fee simple and go back to allodial title. We should also
What
get
is
women out the workforce.
explain a
Like,
allodial title?
it's something that rich people do so that no matter what shifts in government take place, the title to your property is immovable. It's yours. Like you want to do this with your family land.
Explain
Like no matter
why,
what the fuck happens, you can't take it.
How? Why?
I'd have to do a Google search to read the fucking paragraph about it, but that's basically what it's called.
I mean,
You want me to really do that? I'll do that. That's fine. Give me 2 seconds. It's probably new information to most people because
allodial title. All right, so it's all allodial title. All right. Absolute ownership of real, where the owner has complete control and no superior landlord exists in this system where land is held independently of any other authority. Unlike feudal tenors where land is held in the higher authority, necessarily means owner has no obligations to a landlord or other entity. The land is not subject to
eminent domain. Basically, so that nobody can come along and be like, well, the highway's more important than your land ownership and your family, so fuck you. We're taking it. Because that's what
how do inheritance taxes affect something like that?
I don't know. But in this day and age, if you're messing with it, you have money anyway. It's more complicated than it is expensive. Like if it's just like a 10-acre property somewhere in the South, you're probably okay. But the idea is to, establish communities, right? So if you don't have a home, the broad sweeping notion is to comb people out of the cities and put them on land and not turn it into garbage heaping Africa, but to make it where it's like a clean, safe community where they eat and separate things that are basic human needs like food from big business. Like the cities should be for the gays and tech and innovation and assembly. So it has access to ports and, moving things around. Like I'm not saying let's go full Philistine, but like regular ass people probably shouldn't be piling up on each other in these giant hives and these clusters because they're just unraveling. They're miserable. And they're poisoning the water and then re-uptaking the same water that they're pissing their drugs in and drugging themselves. It's just ramping up. It's like exponential at this point.
I mean, like the issue in the end of the day is, you know what I'm saying, like distribution of goods, right? So like if you want to have industry, if you want to have like economic abilities, you cannot have things spread out because that creates, you know what I'm saying, like massive inefficiencies in systems, right? Number one.
Yeah,
Number
less
two.
stuff.
Yeah.
Eliminate GDP. It's fake and gay. Eliminate the stupid need for things and disposable goods. Let's make durable things. Let's like value life as it happens instead of things as a culture.
Do we know how to make durable things anymore?
We'll figure it out.
Well, we don't want to make durable things anymore. That's the issue.
We're told we don't want to. I don't know anybody who's happy every time their microwave, fridge, or blender breaks, or their car has some plastic shit on the outside of their motor and they have to toss the whole bitch. No one's really happy about that. The commercials tell you to smile and finance it, but no one is really honestly
Well,
happy
yeah, I
about
mean, like, listen, this is the problem with stocks, right? With like the stock ownership, like the joint stock venture companies, right? This has always been the issue with, right? This has always been an issue with this. Is where like you always have to make stock price grow.
Only because the expenses keep growing. Like again, if you have a allodial title on family land, right, then your housing expense goes to a manageable level instead of trying to keep up with like $6,000 a month rents in a city where you're going to be a barista and a warehouse worker until you make it big. Like this is all stupid shit, and people are all clustered together. And then one of you mentioned before, it's like, well, we're not stable enough financially to have kids, so everyone waits until they're too old, and then it's like turn to science, trust the experts, IVF, and just freeze your sperm. That's bullshit. Like people should be kind of taking it easy on the land. It's work, it's dirt. So what? Dirt don't hurt. Go get some dirt under your fingernails and pull a squash out of the ground. Cook it for your kids.
Yeah, I mean,
It'll make you happier than you think.
Listen, I agree with you, right? Like I'm a communitarian, right? I'm over here and I'm like, listen, the problem is, right, is that we've had what, like 5 or 6 generations now that have lived, you know what I'm saying? Basically in a manner in which, like fucking they're all like kings, right? They can have anything they want whenever they want and be able to throw a pizza in the fucking oven or, throw fucking, Totino's pizza rolls in the microwave at any given time of the day, and they don't have to like fucking worry about cooking, right? Like this this shift, right, is going to end up having people, just like massively, like my kid's mom, I was talking to her the other day and she was like, did you hear like they're gonna try and ban like fucking soda and candy and fucking cakes and pies from like fucking food stamps? And I was like, good. And she's like, no, what will I do? I won't be able to eat. And I'm like, yo, you will be able to eat. You just need to cook. You don't have a fucking job. Like you haven't ever worked since I've known you in 8 years. You stay at home all day and sit and watch fucking nonsense, right? In your chair in front of your fucking desk. Like you don't do anything all day. Like you have the ability to cook in a time, but you don't do it. You know what I mean?
The basic issue is we pedestalize stupidity and laziness, right? So I was thinking of this scenario. Like you could give this speech in front of a whole crowd of people in a city and a town, and there'd be a silence. And people will be wrestling with the gravity of the implications like, wow, I actually have to do work. And they're just waiting for someone to say something stupid to give them an excuse to not have to do it. And it's class clownery. This is something that you get from the institution. Everyone is kind of idolizing the kid who breaks the rules and is in the principal's office, right? Like someone's waiting for that person to be a hero in the crowd who says, man, I ain't got time for all that. I ain't trying to do all that. And everyone laughs and walks away thinking, oh, good. I thought I was actually going to have to do something. Like we need to stop worshiping stupidity. And we need to stop with celebrity worship and idolizing money and things and people who have it. Because when you read enough stories, you find out these are probably the most depraved and miserable people on the planet. It's just spin. Like, as a human being, you get satisfaction from doing and making things. Like simple things, doing something right. Big or small, like that's
right,
where
so
real
like
satisfaction.
Isra, the chat. First off, let me sip it up to the chat real quick. I haven't even addressed him at all. TK, Jewish, Slow Boy, Whiteboard, Pig Sticker, motherfucking, who else is here? Johnny Boy, 217, Cappy, listen, Tactical Fat Nap, Unclave, Harden, Blue Collar, Canuck, right? Isra, yo, listen, and Nordicus, yo, what up, man? How you doing? Right, okay, so, Isra, you asked a question. Why would we even want to fix the birth rate? Well,
they ain't got a wrench.
Well, listen, yeah, I just gave him one. Right, all right. So, like, the reason why you would want to like fix the birth rate issue. Nice to hear you doing well, Nordicus. Right. The reason you want to fix it, right? I technically don't give a shit, right? As a whole, I prefer, what I'm saying, like, yo, burn down civilization, return the monkey, eat banana. That's my mentality as a whole. But the reason
Okay,
why
John.
listen, I'm 100% fine with this mentality. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. I don't know why it is that you would want to stand here and like have this continue to like be the way, right? Nah, it's not about no birth rate, no country. And that's not even the issue, right? Because like our birth rate, like our country can go down to like 150 million people, and we would still be fine in defending it. Because at the same time, while we're going down, China is going down way faster, and so is everybody else. So we're not in any like risk of losing our country. What we will lose is the government, right? The issue is the government, right? The ability of them to continue to operate the way that they've been operating is basically they, borrow from the future that doesn't exist yet in order to fund things today. That's how this works, right? So, like, the people that are running things can't continue. Our economy cannot continue because the economy is based off of exponential growth. You only get growth when there's more consumption or more consumers, right?
Yeah,
Literally a Ponzi scheme.
Kanakistani, we're
Kanakistani,
literally just
yeah.
Rome too.
Yeah, this is Rome too. Like this always happens when you urbanize, right? Because urbanization destroys birth rates. That's the long and the short of it. It's just urbanization destroys birth rates, right? Once you get above 30%, your birth rate's going to crash. Like that's how it's worked throughout history. It happened in Rome, Egypt, Babylon. Like Greece, China. Whoever it is, you pick a place. It doesn't matter. They always collapse after you get 30% urbanization. And we're at like 80% right now, but we've done it very, very quickly, right? In like 1900, only like 20% of the population was urban. Today we're at 84%. We just done this very quickly, right? Everybody else collapsed over like, like a couple of centuries, right? That's the mentality. So
Post World War II system isn't even what we have. We've been living in the Cold War system for.
Well, that is the post World War II system. Is the Cold War?
Well,
Cold War started in
right?
1947,
buddy.
Bretton
Woods.
Yeah,
we got rid of the Bretton.
Yeah, that was a Cold War system, right? And that was the post. That was the post World War system. Isra, thank you for being here, and you're welcome for the wrench. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I always like having people come out and watch the live streams. That's kind of where we, right? So that's why it is that we're having this conversation. I personally don't care. And that's my mentality. Like, I give the amount of fucks I have to give are less than. You know what I'm saying? About whether or not like the birth rate goes upwards. I'm just saying, if you want to fix it, eliminate child support. Right? Stop punishing dudes for having kids. Right? And the Chads will go out here and knock up all the broads. It won't even be an issue. And
But they are anyway.
These are the only ones who are having kids right now, by the way. Right? Like, literally, like, there's women aren't breeding with, soft chin dudes and nerds.
Well, they're allowing them to pay their bills.
Yes, this is
if you forced everyone to do a paternity test, the actual paternity would probably shock everyone. I wouldn't be shocked, but
did y'all hear about what
others would be
happened in
like,
Jamaica here
I don't
recently?
believe it.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so basically in Jamaica, like they did like mandatory paternity testing for everybody, and it turned out 50% of the kids weren't the fathers.
Married.
Yeah.
Just surveyed married people.
Yep.
The country's average was like 49% paternity fraud. Now, I'm not going to give anyone financial advice, but if you want a career, at least temporarily, maybe divorce attorney in Jamaica.
Buy popcorn futures. Things gonna get ugly over there. But I bet you things get really, really fucking crazy as far as the economy, because you're gonna have a whole lot of single moms here soon. Right.
Use the crocodile tears.
Is what it is. Let's keep going on this video.
This gets to what Sagar was just talking about. Bestowing a special medal on mothers of 6 or more children.
So basically all the Mormons, yeah.
Well, all the Mormons,
yeah.
and this is, you were about to allude,
Yeah.
because you were talking about how the Soviet Union looked at policies like these, and particularly that policy.
Yes, the medal, like the hero of the Soviet Union. If you had more than 4 or more children, and guess what? Didn't work. If anything, actually, the fertility rate fell off a cliff even more after the decline of the Soviet Soviet Union and the ushering in of their 1990s like disaster capitalism. So I have a run in front of me of all of the programs which have even been moderately successful. So France, highest birth rate in all of Western Europe, 1.8. So still not above replacement. They have up to 3 years of paternity leave, of parental leave, up to 3 years. They have monthly child allowances, which are not means tested. They have huge tax benefits. They have massively subsidized childcare, which is actually good. Like people who are very well trained, and they give them very nutritious food. They have a, quote, cultural normalization of working mothers. They're still only at 1.8. And a lot of that, let's be honest, is because of the immigration population. Number two, the Swedish and Nordic countries. These places have universal childcare, job security protection. They have parental leave that you're like required to basically take culturally for a year. Guess what? Doesn't work. Egalitarian parental leave. Hungary, probably the one country which threw everything. Massive cash incentives, 30,000 euro loan for young couples who are partially forgiven per child. Lifetime income tax exemption for mothers of 4 kids. Home buying subsidies, free IVF, slight increase only to 1.6 in the overall birth rate.
Yes.
You need 2.2 just to be above. Like, I can go on forever. Russia, same thing. They tried in 2015. It's actually declined so far. War doesn't help. Actually, again, the only country developed in the world that has an above replacement fertility rate is Israel, and even amongst their secular Jewish population, nobody really knows why. I mean, they do have a lot of policies. Like they've got norms.
Well, I mean, I can explain Israel. That's not even like hard to explain. Like why Israel. I mean, why Israel has a high birth rate. It's very basic. They have a large Hasidic Jew population that you give a fuck ton of money to the fucking men of that fucking population, right? And like they sit here and they do nothing but study the Bible and have children. Right? Again, you give men money. This is not hard to do. Just give the men the fucking money.
Let's bring up another point, though, because he actually brought up something that I thought was interesting, and I'd been thinking about it.
What up?
He talked about France, right? And he was talking about really the only thing that's helping with the birth rate there in the population is the immigrant population.
Exactly.
When
what
you
I was
look at people who are having children or who aren't having children, it's the educated white Western person. It's not the immigrant. It's not more than a minority community. It's more the white educated people.
That's not all right. That's actually not true. That's not true. So like it depends on where the
true.
No, it depends on where the immigrant's from. Right. All right. So first off, if you're an immigrant from like say Asia, right? You know, I mean Japan, China, Korea, whatever, you still don't have kids. Right. They don't help the birth
No,
rate.
I'm not talking about that. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about more the minority.
Even like, let's say African immigrants that have like a standard population growth of like 8 per mom.
No.
They get here, they have like 2 kids tops.
Our own urban population has a shit ton of kids. Do we really want to incentivize more people being on food stamps?
They don't
public
have
housing.
Urban populations.
They're already having 5, 6, 7 kids.
Urban populations are the worst. They're actually the worst birth rates in America. Is our urban populations. So that doesn't even ring true, right? Like no, it's literally like okay. So here's how this works. The immigrant thing only plays once. So once an immigrant comes in, right, they have like kids, and then their kids go through like the American school system and become like Americans,
Sure.
and then like they stop having kids. This doesn't help. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a one-shot thing.
Yeah, they don't carry their parents' mantle because they have Nintendo.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, this whole idea of Trump wanting to give $5,000 per child, it's a bad idea.
No, it's a fine idea, right? But like, it's not
It's
enough.
a bad idea.
It's just not enough. Is the issue? That's the problem, right? Number one, and number two, the other half of the problem is literally like, yo, you shouldn't be giving it to the women. You should be giving it to the men, right? You're like, yo, listen, if you want children in your society, give money to men, right? Because men will support women. And like when men get money, what they do is they immediately start looking for a woman, right? That's how this works. That's the whole purpose of us getting money, right? We don't get money because we want to go like fucking sit on the yacht. You know what I mean? That's not what it is. We get money because we want pussy. This is not hard to understand. Like, yo, but again, politically, it is impossible to give money to men. And on top of that, it destroys like what's the thing?
Makeup
GDP.
industry.
No. Like
Weaves,
no.
nails.
No. It destroys like your workers like efficiency. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll destroy like your workers will stop working, right? Because now they have a check. And they actually don't like, again, men don't want to work, right? We're like, if you gave us a check, like we will sit at home and hang out with our families and like go do shit and enjoy ourselves.
UBI, baby, let's go. Femboyd Harris 2028 UBI.
Right? This is the reality. Again, like, so it's a fucked if you do. We need stable jobs for men. That's what you need. You want your birth rate to go back up, number one, and child support, right now. Right? That will motherfucking solve your temporary I'll give you a temporary reprieve, right? Because literally, all of a sudden now, like, yo, we don't have to pull out. You know what I mean? We can knock you the fuck up and there's no fucking repercussions behind it. Right? Number one. Number two, right? Like, listen, you need to create busy work for men. Give them something to fucking do and give them a check. Right? That way they show up, they're productive, right? Production. You destroy your male production, right? Your economy's production, because like that's the word I was looking for. Right? You need men to just be productive and create and like fucking go earn a living stably forever. Right? That's what you need. That's how you get a decent birth rate.
We need FDR. We have so much deteriorating infrastructure. Remember the Obama campaign days, shovel-ready jobs? That was going across the news all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's still true. I don't think any of the bridges or tunnels self-repaired, or the dams. Pretty sure they're worse than when we left them all those years ago.
Yeah.
Just a guess.
Yo, Kanakastani, right? You know what I'm saying? Fucking. Yeah, Israel, the problem is, like, and I agree with you somewhat. I don't think that's an issue, to be honest with you. So here's the thing. Women want to breed with, like, men who have proper genetics. It's actually dysgenic to, like, fucking let people breed with nerds. Right? That's the issue. Right? Because high IQs are dysgenic. That's the bitch. Right. And so like fucking yeah. And Canucka Saint said Amish have more kids than anyone. Yeah. Amish actually had the highest birth rate in the world. Right. And they're taking over, I'll be honest with you. But the reason for that is because the Amish, you know what I'm saying, have shit to do. And all their land is held by the church. Right. So like their homes aren't like, you know what I mean, like subject to being taxed and you know what I mean, all the other bullshit at the end of the day. Right. So like literally like what happens is like fucking they have like a stable job and a stable income and a stable home forever. Right. In perpetuity. So they can have as many kids as they want because they grow their own food. They fucking, you know what I mean, they live their own lives. They have jobs that they fucking, you know what I mean, that they go to every day to go do shit. You know what I mean? They don't have to worry about paying taxes or rent or bills or fucking mortgages or anything of this nature. That's the thing. And anybody who wants to be productive, they can. You know, anybody wants to reach extra, they go and they buy shit outside. They go buy like fucking properties and, you know, I mean, they rent them out and they do all this extra shit to earn extra money, and it all goes back either into the pockets of that Amish person or to the church. Right? That's how they literally have Christian communism, and it works. You know what I mean? Like, yo, it's communitarianism.
They're also super insular and inbred.
What up?
They're also super insular and inbred. That's their one disadvantage.
Yeah, I feel you. Right. But that's why they have other dudes come fuck their wives. Which, again, that's another disadvantage.
I've seen that. I've fucking seen that. They were trying to hire people out to have, you know, kids with their women.
Oh, that's disgusting. What's the website for that?
Yeah. They put up flyers for that shit every once in a while. Yeah.
It's disgusting.
I mean, listen. I'll be honest. I kind of don't want no Amish pussy. You know what I mean? Like, if that was something that turned me on, I'd go do it. But it's not my bag.
Yeah.
What up?
Right, like Jungle Exploring is one thing, but Jesus Christ, it's fucking Amazon.
No. Listen,
Bring
so
a horse clipper.
Nah, it's not even that. So like, here's well, what they do is they take those long dresses that they have and they pull them up over top of their head so you can't see them. and you basically just use their vagina to masturbate.
Oh, Butterface. Cool.
Right? Like I know guys who have done this. Like legit. Like
No shit.
yeah. But listen, again, I've
we get
lived
a
in PA my entire life. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I want to have a beer or 7 with that guy and hear these stories.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like again, I can tell you the story like verbatim. It's not that hard, right? So, like, he goes up, he shakes the Amish guy's hand, he leads him into like a fucking bedroom, where there's a woman lying in bed with her vagina exposed and her fucking dress over top of her head. He goes in, handles his business, bangs it out, nuts, and then leaves. And that's the entire deal.
Why?
Listen, why do you buy a fleshlight? Well, wait. Oh yeah, because like they're inbred, so they need new genetics.
Yeah, why do you buy like the best racehorse's sperm for like $20 million? You wait at the finish line for the horses to cross, and then you'd go talk to the trainer and you get with your breeder. Like it's a whole industry.
But are they buying top class sperm? I doubt it.
Yes. The best that Scranton has to offer.
Well, it's not Scranton. No, it's not Scranton. Like they buy them.
No, it's like isn't the biggest Amish population down in Lancaster?
Yeah, it's Lancaster. So like they'll buy them out of like
you're
Reading.
what? You're like what? 50 miles from there?
Yeah, I'm like 40, 35, something like that. Yeah, so like I've heard people from my area go and do that shit.
So gross.
Why? Why is that so gross?
Just gross.
Why is it gross? Explain to me why it's gross.
Just having somebody else rail your wife.
Listen.
Railing somebody else when you're married. Just ugh.
Yeah, again, like the whole point of this, right, as a whole, is because like they're inbred.
I get it.
Do you know what? Listen,
gross.
all my kids.
You're north of us. Have you seen the Amish? Like, have you looked at these people?
Dude, I have family that's from Ohio. I've seen many Amish.
Have you seen the ones lately? Like,
no. To be fair, no.
They all look like their moms drink, and they don't.
Yeah. Right. All right. So like here, well, they do. Their dads drink and their moms drink. Like literally, like there's so many stories. So like Amish people, they literally smack because the horse knows its way home. They smack its ass when he's off his fucking cart and shit, and then he just fucking, lays there and fucking.
When they're
stares at the skies. Anyway, right? Yeah. Whatever. But like, yeah. So how do I put this? I wonder. Oh yeah. So like, my kids all had to be tested for maple syrup urine disease. Right. I know nobody knows what this is. It's
not a clue.
Yeah, it's an inbreeding disease.
Nope.
Oh wow.
Right. You know what I mean? And like this
Your mom has been naughty.
Well, like, all right, so basically, fucking okay, so maple syrup
has nothing to do with
syrup urine disease, a rare inherited metabolic disorder where the body can't properly break down certain amino acids, especially leucine, isoleucine, and valine. This buildup of these amino acids in the blood and urine leads to distinctive sweet maple syrup odor in the urine, earwax, and sweat. If left untreated, MSUD can cause severe neurological damage, including seizures, coma, and death.
Jesus.
Yeah. And basically, this comes, you know what I'm saying, from, and like, it's an inherited autosomal recessive pattern. Meaning needs to inherit 2 copies of the mutated gene, one from each parent to be affected. And these become more, like, prevalent if you're, you know what I'm saying, like, fucking inbred. Right. And everybody around here has to be tested. Everybody around here has to be tested for it because, you know what I'm saying, like, fucking all of us, you know what I mean? Because, like, the Amish have to be tested. Right? And you never know, like, who's, like, an escapee from the Germans.
So what you're saying is you can literally fuck the retard out of somebody.
No, you can fuck the retard into somebody.
Or out.
Or out. Yeah. Or out. You're right.
See?
Yeah. So that's what the deal is.
Right, you can fuck the stupid out of asparagus.
Well, not completely, because you're going to have some kids that are still stupid. I mean, not all of their kids are by other men. I mean, right. Some of them are still the community men.
Yeah, right. I mean, like this is just
so you're going to have half retarded children and half that aren't.
I've got to imagine that measures like this are left up to the decision making of some tribal elders or.
It's gotta be.
Yeah. So like when you have people who start looking like more googly eyed, like they're fucking like they're painted by Pablo Picasso, you know what I mean? Like the church elders go like, yeah, listen, we need to change what we're doing here. You know what I'm saying?
That's the fifth one, Josiah. It's time to call in the boys from Lancaster.
Yeah. Right.
Ring the bell.
By the way, who's that? Mike. God damn it, Mike. What the fuck was his last name? Mike something. The guy who came up with intensive fucking training and shit. He was a bodybuilder.
Metzer.
Mike Metzer.
Mike
Yeah, he's from Lancaster. He's actually from like right around. He's from the same town that my baby's mom's from. Actually, one of my kids, she has a cousin who is a Metzer, right? You know what I mean?
Metzger.
Metzger,
he must have like a ton of fucking Amish babies.
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Like this is the thing, right? And so like they'll breed with guys like this. You know what I mean? Because there's tons of them down there. You know what I mean? There's tons of guys with great genetically, just Appalachian fucking weirdo German motherfuckers. You know what I mean? From way back. You know, like the old world fucking Celtic motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And so like they have to take in that new blood, right? There's no choice. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, so but the Amish had the highest birth rate in the country. That was the whole point of this conversation. Right? They have like 6 kids per fucking woman. Well, actually, I think in the world the Amish are the highest.
To be fair, if I already had 5 kids with my wife, I'd let Mike throw one in there to get like a giant son. I think that's fine.
I don't have to do that. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's more of a guarantee. Like
I feel you. I got a couple of monsters. You know what I mean? And another one on the way.
I feel like Mike would have had some muscular sperm.
I feel like Mike would have just had the biceps hanging out and shit.
Yeah, like the sperm themselves under the microscope are like just crazy jacked.
I'd rather
like
just hang out one of them like big ass Swedish broads instead of having to let my fucking what's his name Pete cuck my wife. Like keeping it a buck.
Yeah. It's much harder to get a woman to give up a baby than for a dude to give up sperm.
Well, that's why you just have more women.
Yeah, again,
sperm is cheap and the eggs are expensive.
Yeah. I was explaining this the other day to somebody. I mean, like fucking, like literally, that's the fucking problem. Is that eggs are expensive.
The Swedes are also genetically predispositioned to have a higher female population. I don't know why, but
yeah, like again, the problem is like if you bring a Swedish person over to Amish country, they'll just escape and become like fucking a whore in fucking Lancaster or Reading.
Well, we need more of those, don't we?
I mean, I'm down, right? But like, they're just gonna be getting fucked by a bunch of Colombians and goddamn fucking Venezuelans. This is really not a solution. All right, listen. So like, all right, man. All right, I'm about done with this video. All right. I wanted to throw this video on. Right. I feel like y'all will enjoy this. Right. This is kind of like a ass video. Right. I was listening to this the other day, and it was like, bro, like yesterday, and it's actually a really good video. So like, we're gonna run through this because I feel like Mountain's gonna like it. It comes up with like the perspectives that we've all been talking about for a while.
Welcome to another Middle Nation Breakdown. Today we are going to talk about Europe, not as a continent, not as a collection of nation-states, and not even as a civilization, but as a target zone in the world view of the real rulers of the modern world. We'll explore the way a national global capital views Europe, what it wants from Europe, and what it is currently doing to transform Europe into a controllable, extractable, and disposable territory. When we say a national, we are talking about the owners and controllers of global financialized capital, or the OCGFC. These are not American capitalists. They are not European elites. They are not loyal to the West or the East. They have no flag, no population, no soil. And the OCGFC do not see the world the way we are taught to see it. They do not see nation-states, peoples, or cultures. They see zones of opportunity, areas that either contain resources or don't. Resources can be natural oil, gas, lithium. They can be human labor, data, productivity, or they can be strategic logistics, energy transit, consumer markets, and above all, crises. Europe today is being repositioned not as a sovereign collection of nations, but as a managed asset under restructuring. We must begin by recognizing a hard truth. Western governments are no longer sovereign. They are not acting in the interests of their populations. They are not responding to democratic pressures or national development agendas. They are implementing policy on behalf of a financial elite whose objectives transcend borders. This is clearest in the United States, the UK, Germany, and France. These countries have become administrative centers for the enforcement of a global capital strategy. The elected officials are irrelevant. What matters is that the entire policy environment is optimized for financial extraction. The European Union itself has become a technocratic enforcement mechanism for the directives of capital. Sovereignty has been outsourced, governance has been privatized, and democracy has been made cosmetic. Let us now consider Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is not just a geopolitical conflict. It is an instrument, a multi-layered tool serving the agenda of a national capital. The war provides the perfect pretext for deindustrializing Europe, severing Europe's ties with Russia, driving massive public debt, justifying militarization, shattering political cohesion, and finally transforming Europe into a continent governed by corporate crisis management. Let's start with the deindustrialization agenda. The destruction of Nord Stream pipelines was not simply an act of sabotage, it was an act of restructuring. Europe, especially Germany, depended on Russian gas. Cheap, reliable, long-term energy contracts allowed Germany to be a global industrial powerhouse. Cut that energy and you cut the legs out from under European industry. Now energy is no longer an affordable public utility, it becomes a speculative commodity priced by markets, shipped from US suppliers and fully integrated into the global capital game. Add to this the weaponization of green energy narratives. The transition to renewables is used not to protect the climate, but to justify dismantling heavy industry, reducing production capacity and making European economies dependent on imported technology and capital-intensive digital systems. The second function of the Ukraine war is militarization. Europe is now spending billions on weapons systems. NATO budgets are exploding, armament contracts are being signed, but this isn't about protecting Europe, it's about creating a wartime economy without actual war. This is military Keynesianism, massive state spending redirected into the private sector through defense contracts. Social services are slashed, infrastructure decays, but Raytheon and Rheinmetall thrive. At the same time, militarization is extended into the civil sphere, media, education, civil society. Everything is now under surveillance, conformity, and security protocols. Peace is rebranded as cowardice. Dissent is called disinformation. The real enemy becomes internal, the citizen who questions the war, the migrant, the critic, the populist. Let us be clear, the economic collapse of Europe is not an accident, it is the plan. Inflation, energy costs, currency devaluation, supply chain shocks, these are being managed in such a way as to wipe out the middle class, expand dependence on corporate platforms, erode the public sector, and create the conditions for digital centralization of finance and governance. Simultaneously, the OCGFC are using migration and identity politics to create controlled social fragmentation. Mass migration is not being managed to foster integration, it is being used to destabilize social cohesion. A fractured society is easier to govern. When people are divided, they do not organize against power, they organize against each other. Europe is descending into a crisis society, a continent always on the edge of collapse, always justifying emergency powers, always needing more surveillance, more policy from above, less freedom from below. This chaos is not a failure of governance. It is the design of a governance optimized for profit, not stability. One of the most important strategic aims of the Ukraine war is to permanently sever Europe's connection to Russia and China. So they are turning Europe westward into the arms of US capital, NATO dependence and IMF-managed debt. Strategic autonomy is being deliberately destroyed. Europe is being reduced to a proxy economy, a weapons depot, and a captive market. We are witnessing the managed liquidation of European civilization. Its culture, its economy, its politics, its moral structure are all being hollowed out and replaced with the scaffolding of global capital governance. Europe is not being conquered. It is being converted from a sovereign zone to an asset under management. This is not a crisis of leadership. It is the outcome of leadership by A-class agents of capital. They are not failing, they are succeeding. The OCGFC do not want to build a better Europe. They want to extract from it until it is empty. Then it will be discarded. And unless Europeans and the rest of us understand this shift, they will continue to mistake the symptoms for the disease and keep looking for answers from the very people who are administering the collapse. This is not a war for territory. It is a war for how civilization itself will be organized in the post-nation-state era. Europe is the testing ground. And the rest of the world is next.
Yeah.
Yo,
Based.
that shit's fucking crazy.
The words were chosen very well, I'd say. You really got the point across. It's hard to argue with any of that.
Yo, man, listen, I've been finding myself agreeing more and more and more with fucking Shahid, you know what I mean? Or Shannon, either way it goes.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't argue with him.
I agree. It's not saying anything that isn't obvious, that's the thing. It's just like, you want a plausible explanation? Well, here you go. Like, you can think something else. You can always come back and be like, oh yeah, I mean, that maybe makes sense, but it's probably just the Jews. Yeah, it's Trump. Like, or whatever. Like, some stupid shit, but that makes more sense than anything.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like, the whole thing, like, I just... At some point, like, somebody got to stand up to these.
I don't think that's possible. That's also kind of like saying it's the Jews, right? There is no standing up to these people. They'll literally drone strike you. It's kind of just, it's what I keep saying. Like, be a human being, be simple, stop chasing what we're told is success. Stop chasing Air Jordans and possessions, and learn how to be satisfied with a job well done. Like, everyone's attitude sucks. Have you ever been at a job where hardly anyone has a real good attitude about their job?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Of course.
you know where I'm going? It's like, who really has a good attitude anymore about work? Everyone is really, really grateful the second they get their job, and a week later they're complaining about shit. And it's hard to find people who just enjoy working. Like, I like working because I like doing shit, and I like doing it well. What's wrong with that? Everyone's attitude sucks. Like, get some joy out of, it's not, well, I didn't make enough money to buy the next pair of Jordans I don't need, therefore my attitude's going to suck. Like, stop that shit. Just approach shit like as if no one asked you to do it. Just challenge yourself to be better.
I mean, like, listen, it would be different, right? It would be a different thing if my job paid me enough money to where my bills were paid and I still had a couple of $100 left over every week. Right? But they don't.
That's out of your control. That is the greater economy. But the
Yeah, I mean, but
idea is that
that's why we're miserable, though, right?
which is true, but at the same time, that's more of like the is what it is column. You still volunteered. You accepted the trade. You voluntarily exchanged time for the compensation. So that being the case, do what the fuck you agreed to do, is my opinion. You know what I mean? Like in general, and having a bad attitude doesn't get it done. Like we all are in the same boat. We all stood in front of the same HR person and said, I do. That being the case, shut the fuck up and work.
I feel where you are, right? I mean, like that's not the truth, though, right? Like that isn't the job
Okay.
you wanted. You know what I mean? That isn't like the job that you could get. That's what you could get.
That's what we settled for, sure. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
I mean,
you know,
but
you
like,
get
yeah,
desperate
I mean,
enough.
like, yo, we're only agreeing to work here because, like, yo, we have to have some money, right?
Yeah, again, that goes in the "it is what it is" column. Like we
Yeah, yeah.
need
So again,
greater
like, why would you have a good
hours to
attitude?
like fix that.
Why would you have a good attitude about it then?
Because you're stuck there. Like the only thing you can do is, you know, not get a job and let your bills get totally behind and end up completely fucked. Like we all get desperate enough to the point where we take these ass jobs. Like I've had so many ass jobs, I can't even begin to fucking list them off. And I did it because, you know, I had to put food on the table. Like, it is what it is. I wish the economy was better, but, you know, having a shitty attitude at a job I agreed to take out of desperation isn't helping anything. So I just approached the ass job the best I could. What made it thankless was like a shitty ass manager that gave me shit for it at the same time. I don't need my balls busted while I'm doing that. Like, leave me alone and just let me do what I do.
I
Like,
mean,
I'll go the extra mile
that's kind of the
and be
point, right?
efficient.
Is so like, all right, you know, what I mean, like, you know, I do jobs and I'm good at the job, right? And if I take pride in my work and I give a shit what I'm doing, the issue is that you're going to have like some like piece of shit, you know what I mean, insurance, like fucking regulator who, you know what I mean, like is going to stand here and overlook everything that you fucking do because, you know what I mean, like, you know, everything has to be like at the protocol of these like fucking morons, right?
Yeah,
And,
that I can agree with.
you know,
That definitely that rocks me a little too. When that happens to me, I'm like, God damn it! But it doesn't affect me like the whole day.
but it'll
I
affect
just
me
move on.
it'll affect me every minute of every day as I do my job, right? Because like it's a
Yeah.
constant state of having to do some shit in general that I don't want to fucking do and that I don't need to do, but I have to do because like I have this fucking job, right? And I mean, like, you know, again, it would be an entirely different animal if I was getting paid to do extra shit, right? This is half my fucking problem, right? But like all of this nonsense, in the end of the day, right? It's not about like me standing here, you know what I mean, going like, oh, you know, I don't want to do this job in general. It's that like I'm not getting paid for like the extra garbage that you're forcing me to do. Right? Like you're not like every time I have to stand here and do nonsense, I feel like I should be paid. Right? And this is literally like half my issue with the economy right now is that we don't have any way to negotiate, you know what I mean, like these little dumb tit for tat garbage things. Like you can have a boss go like, "Oh, listen, if you're not 5 minutes early, you're late." Like, well, are you going to pay me for them 5 minutes every fucking day? Right? That's, you know what I mean, that's 25 minutes a week, right? That's, you know what I mean, like
Yeah, and
fucking
that's a conversation you should have.
yeah.
I did that with a boss once. I had at the time a good boss. And I said, look, dude, you know, I need 10 minutes or 15 minutes before every shift. I come in, you check my clock, right? I'm here for that hour a week. Are you going to pay me for it? And he's like, yeah, that's fair. And I was like, cool.
Right. I mean, like I have this issue. Like they don't want to pay you extra. I mean, like when I'm over here and like I'm going, oh, you know, I got to do whatever the fuck it is. I don't do whatever, right? Like I got to do like a pre-trip on a truck, and I got to do all this other shit, right? Like, are you paying me to do any of these things? Right? Like, oh, I need you to add oil to the truck. I need you to fucking do this. I need you to do that. And I'm like, I'm not getting paid for any of this. Like, this is all free labor I'm giving you. And
yeah,
like I feel like you should be paying me.
I feel you.
Like you
I
should be
feel
like,
that
I'm
gets
not a
old fast.
mechanic. You know what I mean?
But at the same time, did you not know that was kind of the deal going into it? Or are you saying they sprung that on you afterwards? Like you sat there thinking, man, this is kind of bullshit, but you signed anyway.
Well, no,
No.
like you never know what type of truck you're gonna get. Whether it's gonna need like oil every 3 days or whatever it is, right? But like this is kind of the point. Is like there's a lot of shit involved in like a lot of these jobs. Like for instance, if I pull up somewhere and I mean I got to get like somebody to actually like unload me while I'm there, right? I have to give them an hour free of my time before I start getting paid.
Yeah, I don't blame you for leaving. That is ass.
That's
I would put that up there with one of those ass jobs.
That's industry standard. That's every job.
That's ass.
Right? This is 100% normal. Right? And this is
Does that happen in the Teamsters?
Yes, this is every industry.
Oh.
Right? Every fucking industry. It's like this now. Where it's like literally like you have to give your own free time to go do bullshit and they get to dictate how you live at home. Not just, there while you're there, right? You get to dictate whether or not I can smoke weed. You get to dictate like my fucking activities at the fucking crib. Like you get to stand here and tell me, that like, I have to work overtime mandatorily, right? And I don't get paid for it. This shit is the shit that I'm talking about.
That's fucked up.
Right?
Yeah.
This is normal
that's
in every industry. Right? Like this is why everybody has a bad attitude about work. They're like, bro, listen, I would much rather be at the crib, you know what I'm saying? Like I would much rather go hunt deer for a fucking living and starve half the fucking year than deal with this fucking dumb shit. Right? Like I would much rather, like literally, like I was driving the road today and I saw a turkey. Like I wish I had my gun. I'd have fucking took that motherfucker home. You know what I mean? He was standing right in the side of the road. I clipped him. Bow. Give me that. You know what I mean? Fucking free meal.
But if you don't do that extra labor, you're labeled as not a team player.
Mm-hmm. You have a bad attitude. You got a problem with authority. You know what I mean?
I mean, you can take your chances playing that, and maybe they leave you alone. Sometimes they just fuck with everyone and see who complies and who doesn't. They just leave you alone if they don't get their way.
No. Right? They'll push their shit until they can't anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's the mentality. Right? Now listen, let's watch another one of these videos. I kind of like them. Fucking.
Hey,
I was talking last time about.
All right.
The sort of official voice of the West, the governments, the media, the elites, companies, corporations, and so on. When they use words like morals or values, or when they use words like justice or human rights or peace or what have you, I was saying they mean something completely different than what most people mean when they use those words. But I got a lot of comments from people saying, oh yeah, that's doublespeak or hypocrisy or deception. But no, this is actually what I was trying to explain at that time. I normally wouldn't do a follow-up if people misunderstood what I said, but I think this is extremely important to understand. It's not doublespeak, it's not hypocrisy, and it's not deception. No, they are being completely honest. This was my point. They're being completely honest, completely accurate when they depict, for example, the genocide in Gaza as being completely justified and defensive. They're being completely honest when they said that 1 million babies dying in Iraq from a decade of sanctions was worth it. They're not being hypocritical. They're not saying one thing and meaning another thing. These are their actual values, and you have to understand this. There is a fundamental and profound difference between their values and our values. They're not contradicting their values. You must understand, they're not betraying their values. They are acting on their values with consistency and continuity. Committing massacres against innocent civilians does not trouble their conscience, any more than you stepping on a bug troubles your conscience. They don't see anything to feel guilty about. They feel that they've done something good. You have to understand this, because if you don't, you will severely and dangerously underestimate their danger. And you'll make the fatal mistake of believing that you can ever appeal to their sense of morality, that you can ever appeal to their conscience. And you'll make the catastrophic mistake of trusting them or trusting their intentions. And wallahi, there are tens of millions of their victims crying out from their graves, telling you not to trust them. Just like someone watching a horror movie and shouting at the screen, telling the main character, don't go down that dark alley. If you could hear the voices of their millions of victims, they would tell you exactly what's going to happen to you if you listen to them and if you trust them. If you're Muslim, or you're not white, or you're not rich, you need to recognize that they have zero moral hesitation about killing you. Yes, whether you live outside of America or whether you live inside of America, it's the same to them. The worst thing you can do is ever underestimate this reality. Listen, Just like with an individual, you can learn what their values are by what their actions are, much better than by what their words are. People can tell you all kinds of things about what their values are, what they believe, and so on, what their morals are. But their actions, their deeds will tell you the truth. You don't know anything about what they believe by their words alone. You have to see to what extent their actions align with their words, because people do things that they believe are morally acceptable. Now, sure, that doesn't mean that people always act in accordance with their conscience. People can slip up. There can be aberrations. We're human beings. But the actions that someone commits habitually, regularly, routinely, with consistency, this is what they believe in. Whatever they say to the contrary is just them lying either to you or to themselves or both. But you have to believe what they do, not what they say. And like I said, when they say that what they do is moral, then that tells you what they consider to be moral behavior. Because it's not like America ever apologized for their wrongs. Until now, they've got the Native Americans holed up in reservations, and they're poisoning them right now with uranium. And I'm telling you, they're doing that because they believe it is morally acceptable to do that. No, don't you ever think that they are like you and I. They're not like us. This is incredibly dangerous. They're bloodthirsty, and they see nothing wrong whatsoever in quenching that thirst. The same way that you see nothing wrong with drinking a glass of water, they can spill your blood with the same nonchalance. And all you have to do is look at their history to know that. And you know, they'll always say, oh, every civilization was violent. Every empire was violent. America isn't unique, or the West isn't unique about that. There's nothing strangely distinct about the West in terms of violence. Okay, look, let's look at the Muslims. Because this is something that they love to talk about. Muslim conquest, Muslim wars, jihad, Islam spread by the sword, and what have you, right? Part of being a Muslim is that you have to tell the truth. Whether it's for you or against you, you have to tell the truth. We don't get to spin narratives and pretend that those narratives are reality. We have to actually be honest. So I'll tell you, what? Over the course of 1,400 years, millions of non-Muslims died at the hands of Muslims. That's a fact. No denying it. Obviously, exact figures are impossible to ascertain. And the numbers of casualties in battles back in those old days are generally understood to be exaggerated. But according to historians, from the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam until today, somewhere between 15 to 25 million non-Muslims have been killed by Muslims. That includes the battles in Persia, the Byzantine Empire, the Levant, Egypt, and so on. You know, the early conquests, it includes Spain, all the battles of the Umayyads, the Abbasids, the Seljuks, the Ottomans, and so on. It also includes the massacres against the Armenians and the Assyrians. It even includes the civil war in Sudan, South Sudan, Darfur. It even includes acts of terrorism by like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and others. Now, of course, overwhelmingly, the majority of those casualties throughout history have been soldiers in battle, not civilians. But there were civilians too, obviously. So over the course of 1,400 years, Muslims killed around 15 to 25 million non-Muslims. That sounds like a lot, right? That makes you think that, yeah, it's true. Every civilization, every empire was violent. So why point to the West so particularly? Well, because in roughly a third of that amount of time, the West killed 275 million more people. You slaughtered, genocided, starved, bombed, murdered 300 million people in just the last 500 years. In fact, America alone has killed in just my lifetime almost as many people as the total killed by the Muslims in 1,400 years. Imagine. You killed in just the last 50 years the equivalent of all non-Muslims killed in every war ever fought by the Muslim empires in over a millennium. That's why we point to the West specifically. Do you understand? Because that's strange. It's abnormal. It's unique. And by the way, from that 300 million that you killed through slavery, through colonization, through engineered famines, through sanctions, and through war, we're not even talking about mostly soldiers being killed. We're talking about mostly civilians. You know, even in your wars, between 50% to 70% of the casualties have been civilians. Yes, you stand out in history. So like I said, you know people by their deeds. You know them, you know what they believe by their deeds, their habitual, continuous deeds, not their aberrations, okay? The Spanish conquest of the Americas, 70 million dead. British colonialism, minimum 150 million killed. The transatlantic slave trade, at least 15 to 25 million killed. French colonial wars, 25 million. Congo, 20 million. Genocide of the Native Americans, upwards of 90 to 100 million. On and on. The Holocaust, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Iraq, Afghanistan, now Gaza. It doesn't stop with you. The fact is that the Muslim empire across time, relative to its size and duration, has the least amount of blood spilt than any other empire in human history, and that's a fact. Even if you go back to the Roman Empire. Our conquests were the least destructive, our conquests were the least deadly, and the most successful and the most peaceful in integrating and tolerating and cultivating the people of the lands that we entered. Versus the total annihilation, extermination, enslavement, subjugation, pillage, and plunder of what you all did. This is your way. You were and are absolutely outstanding at it. Outstanding as in you stand out because of it. And you do that because you truly believe in it. And like I said, you really don't care if your victims are outside of America or inside of America. Because if you look inside America, what do you see? You see a society built on brutality, a nation whose foundation is violence, not just internationally, but domestically as well. The same ethos that drove the slaughter of the indigenous people, the enslavement of Africans, the subjugation of entire nations abroad, is the same ethos that fuels the police brutality in your streets, the economic strangulation of your poor, the educational deprivation of entire communities, the mass incarceration of your underclass, and the legal subjugation of so-called minority groups. I mean, just look at the statistics. You have more people in prison than any other country on earth, both in
Yo, all I'm hearing is that we're better.
Go ahead.
He sounds like a black dude at a poetry slam night. That's the proclamation of the foundation of the.
Sounds like Malcolm X. What he sounds like.
Say it again.
Sounds like Malcolm X.
Sorry, say that one more time.
He sounds like Malcolm
People
X.
slamming shit in my ear. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he sounds like a Malcolm X.
Right. I mean, he's not saying anything that's wrong though.
I'm hearing
Yeah, I mean,
that we're better.
he's saying the truth, but it's like, okay, so let's just wipe out all the Anglos. Is that what he's saying?
Well, no, nobody's saying that. Like, they're just like standing here saying, like, listen, you know, I mean, like, you know, when you listen to like fucking the Western, like Western people talk about like their morals and their fucking qualms, right? And I mean, they go, oh man, listen, like, you know, they're good people, da da da, whatever, like, oh, but they're not, right? Like, we just, we justify a lot of shit, right? Like, a lot of shit. Like, I was watching Top Gun, right, a couple days ago, or whatever, right? And there was a point where there was the old one, the first one, right?
Okay.
In the first scene, remember where they were in that dogfight or whatever, right?
Gay
And-
volleyball. Let's go.
Right, yeah, right. Yo, man, sweaty, shirtless, teaching fucking beach volleyball, right? But yo, totally hetero. But like basically,
Was not the first scene.
but like, all right. So the first scene was like them doing that dogfight or whatever, right? Where like they're up in the air and they take on those Russian MiGs or whatever, and fucking like they stand here and they lock on to the Russian MiGs to get them like fucking run away or whatever, and then like the one of them stands here and locks onto them, right? And fucking like the dude stands and goes, "Oh my god, why is he engaging me?" Right? And this was well after like they had already like locked on, missile locked like fucking 4 or 5 MiGs. Right? And then the other guy like loses his mind, like, oh my god, I almost died today, right? You know what I mean? Because like this fucking MiG, you know what I mean, was just tailing him and fucking with him, right? The same as they were with that guy. Right? Even though like he knew, like, well, they're like, you know, they weren't there to engage because like he bugged out the rest of them, you know what I mean, well, by missile lock and letting them like, listen, I could kill you right now, but we're not gonna. Right? And like fucking this is just the attitude of America, right? Like throughout the world. It's where it's like, you know, we go in and like we do fuckery and like pay people to bomb like the local population, right? And the CIA fucks around, and then somebody strikes back and go, "Oh my god, these terrorists!" Same as Israel, right? The same shit right now in Gaza, where it's like, you know, fucking like, oh my god, like they have people who are locked in an open air fucking prison, right? And you know, they call it mowing the grass. Like every so many years, they go in and they just murder a certain number of fucking people, right? And they starve them for calories. They're blockaded. Like, they're just, you know, and then like they strike back and they kill like 2,000 people, whatever it is. They come out and they fucking just gaffle a bunch of motherfuckers at a concert, right? Which is right across the goddamn fucking wall from where like these motherfuckers are literally starving, right? And they're standing here saying this wasn't justified. These people want to eliminate us. Like, of course they do. Like, you have them locked into prison. The fuck is wrong with you? I would want to eliminate you too if I lived there.
I disagree with your interpretation of the Top Gun scene.
Why do you go ahead, make an argument?
Because he sat there and said, you know, I freaked out. I did this. I need to hop out. And everybody was fine to see him leave. They didn't want that weakness around. So they were happy to see that cancer leave their body. Nobody's like at the end of the film, hey, you can be my wingman. No, I can be yours. But then what about that other guy? Nobody gave a fuck about that other guy. He was a cancer. He's gone.
Well, that's not the point, right? The point is like fucking they were flipping out
That
about
may not
them
be your point,
engaging
but that's
him,
mine.
right?
No, not they. He was.
All right. Well, listen, we can turn the scene on and like, oh, you can watch it. I mean,
Yeah, he freaked out. Everybody else wasn't going, oh my god, oh my god. He's the one who's like, I have a family. Like, okay, like those other motherfuckers don't.
Okay, so bear in mind that when this guy's talking online, right,
All
to
right.
people,
Which
he's
guys?
not talking about
Okay.
the Malcolm X. He's not talking about your Disneyland crowd going to his country and just touring and being loud and asking for ketchup. He's talking about the government. It's not so the American people are probably propagandized, but that's not really the issue. Ronald Reagan said, what are the 9 words you never want to hear?
I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
There you go. That's kind of what he's saying. Is like, don't trust government programs.
Well,
coming
unless
to
somebody's
your
breaking
land.
into your house and you have to do something about it. I mean, otherwise.
even then, I still don't want the government involved. Listen, we're gonna watch this real quick. We'll have this conversation, me and Yoda. You know, what I mean, like we can talk about this, right? Listen, let's watch this, all right? Because I can show you exactly what I'm talking about.
090 for bogey.
Hold on, I gotta do my thing. I'll hop back in a minute.
He's not even watching. No.
Who's up there?
I don't care. I want to make this fucking point.
Cougar and Merlin and Maverick and Goose. Great. Maverick and Goose. Talk to me, Goose.
Roger, I got him. Contact 20 left at 30 miles, 900 knots closure.
Cougar, you hear that?
Roger. Merlin, you got him?
Roger, I've got radar contact. I'll get a visual ID, Cougar. You hook 'em.
Roger, and I'll clean him and fry him. Ha ha! Mustang, this is Ghost Rider 203. I've got him inbound, bogey heading 270 at 10 miles, 900 knots closure.
Ghost Rider, take Angels 10, left 30.
Are we supposed to have visitors today?
Negative, sir.
Well, see if he's a single. Roger. Goose, you see a trailer? Negative, Merlin. Looks like he's a single.
Cougar, I'm gonna go head-to-head with him.
Take it easy, Maverick. I don't like this shit. I'm gonna break high and right, see if he's really alone. We got 1,000 knots closure, Mav. It's coming right at us.
Okay, buddy, what's on your mind?
Holy shit, there's 2 of them! Big 28s! No one's been this close before!
What the hell are they doing here? What's the position? 250 miles out, sir. 250 miles? Get him out of here.
Cougar, you've got Mig 1. I'm going after Mig 2. I lost him in the sun. Shit, what's he doing? You got him, Merlin? He's coming around on our tail. God damn it, this bogey's all over me.
What's the range now?
200 miles, sir.
They break 150 miles, launch the Alert 5 aircraft.
Yes, sir.
Airspeed 300, go get him, Mav.
I'm going for missile lock. Let's see if we can scare this guy out of here. Come on, lock up, baby. Lock up, baby. Lock up.
I got him locked.
Bingo.
We got him, Mav. He's bugging out and going.
All right, you see that motherfucking? He sat here and like, yo, locked onto him. You know what I'm saying? The missile lock got behind him. You know what I mean? Had to, like, literally, like, fucking engage them. You know what I'm saying? As a whole. Right? Just wanted to show that, you know, just to start with.
Oh no. Mustang, this is Maverick. MiG-2 is headed home.
Yeah, it's a different pilot too.
What's their position? 180 miles, bearing 010, sir.
Cougar, he's got missile lock on us. Get away from this guy. The hell is this shit? He's engaging me. God damn it, Mustang. This is Ghost Rider 117. This bogey's all over me. He's got missile lock on me. Do I have permission to fire?
Do not fire until fired upon.
Goose.
All right. Now, these are like dumb little war games, right? You know what I'm saying? That's played. You know, I mean, this shit happens. This is, you know, what happens throughout like the history of the Cold War. This is like 1986, so this is when the Cold War is kind of thawing out a little bit, but they're still fucking around doing dumb shit, little missile drills and nonsense and garbage with submarines. I don't know if anybody watched The Hunt for Red October. Same type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Right? This is just well-known type of shit, right? Where he's like, oh my God, they're engaging me. Literally, like, fucking my man's just missile locked his other homie, right? Yo, legit. Right? And he's going to do the same thing to this guy. Right? He knows he's not going to get shot the fuck down. Like, he knows 100% this guy's not going to get shot the fuck down. Right? But, like, yo, he's fucking still, like, saying, oh my God, he's in permission to fire. Right? This is America, right? As a whole, right?
There they are, right below us.
The MiG's in perfect firing position. He's right on Cougar's tail.
No way, Goose. He'd have fired by now. He's just trying to piss us off.
Maverick, get down here and get this asshole off me.
Easy, Cougar. Bring it back hard right. Help me engage. I'm on my way. If I can't shoot this son of a bitch, let's see if we can have a little fun with him.
Is this your idea of fun, Mav?
Greetings.
Watch the birdie.
Jeez, I cracked myself up.
Yo, but this is basically like, well, this is always America porn. This is how America does what America does. Right? But like, this is what we do. You know what I mean? As a whole.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm fine with it. It's whatever. But like, literally, like, yo, you can't stand here and like fuck around. You know what I mean? And engage other fucking countries and then get upset when they shoot you. You know what I mean? Like, that's
I mean, you
it's
can.
brink.
It's just
Yo, it's
kind of cognitive dissonance.
yeah, it's brinksmanship, right? At the end of the day. When somebody calls your fucking bluff and you get mad and go, oh, it's time for entitled total war, you know, it's fucking stupid. I don't know if you.
So I think I think the if you finish the clip, it'll probably show them washing out.
Yeah, 100%. It's showing washing out.
Now, I also agree that to a certain extent, that's some of the population that, oh my God, they'll just focus on how the other person retaliated instead of seeing the action beforehand. But even as Bill Burr says, in NHL, there's at least 2 minutes for instigating, and that 100%. I mean, they're flying around in international airspace. They don't want them there, but that's why they start engaging. That's why they're doing their stupid games.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with you, right? You know what I mean? But like, and this is kind of like the whole point, right? Is like, you know what I mean? These are like MiGs out here doing what MiGs do, whatever. This is the Russians doing whatever the Russians do, because like, this is back when America wasn't the global hegemon. You know what I mean? It was like part of a like bilateral fucking, you know what I mean, like shared superpower thing, right? And, you know, if we got mad every time like that, like if the Russians retaliated every time we did some fuck shit, like for instance, like when we conducted that proxy war in Afghanistan, there'd have been fucking World War III. Like, remember, we are the only country in the world that ever use offensive fucking nuclear weapons.
And I think it's about time the world got reminded.
I mean, I don't think it is, right? But like, the reasons we used them were kind of bullshit. You know, if we're being honest
They were
about
still
things.
pissed. They were still just pissed about Pearl Harbor.
We wanted to be the biggest swinging dick in the room and get revenge for Pearl Harbor.
Time about how you need to understand.
Yeah, I fucking agree with you, right? I mean, we're getting to turn this fucking capture, right? But like, that's kind of like the fucking point is that, you know, this, how do I put this? This Anglo mentality of like continually like fucking standing here having these conversations where it's like, oh my God, if we don't fucking go and blow up like fucking Uzbekistan, they're gonna fucking take over America. It needs to stop. I mean, that shit needs to fucking die. Like even in World War II, Germany was fighting for regional hegemony, right? Where like we were the ones looking for world domination.
Vietnam was fought on the basis of the communist bloc idea, and proponents, you know, well, we can't allow China, which is communist, to be next to Vietnam becoming also communist. Then there'll be a whole bunch of communists on the same block. Then they'll have a communism bloc party, and it'll be a problem for us. And opponents to the idea said, yeah, well, you're forgetting that these two countries have history. And the last time China visited Vietnam, they didn't leave for 300 years. Just because they share a form of government doesn't mean they're going to suddenly become friends and unite to cause a problem, you know, halfway around the world for us. But it is what it is.
I mean, all right. Yo, listen. So I don't know if anybody knows anything about Roman history, right? But basically, they were invaded in like 483 BC or like 512 BC, some shit like that. And the Germans sacked Rome, right? This is where you get the term Victus, right? It's from a German general, right? He was standing here, and the Romans were like weighing out gold to pay him, and fucking the Romans were bitching about like, oh man, listen, these scales are fucked. And the fucking the general fucking took his sword and threw it on the motherfucking side of the weights and said "Vi Victus," right, which means "woe to the vanquished." In other words, shut your mouth and pay, pussy, right? And after that, Julius Caesar came to be, 382 BC. Julius Caesar came to be about 300 years later, 400 years later, something like that, and he said, listen, we need to like get some headspace in northern fucking Italy and Germany. And he went through and decimated a third of the Celtic population, enslaved another third, and then like fucking basically displaced the other third. And this was all in like the idea of having like basically what's known as like headspace, right? So you can just have room around your country as like a buffer zone, right? Against, you know what I'm saying, like the invading hordes. This is not like a new thing, right? This is one of the reasons that, you know what I mean, like Russia has, you know what I mean, like expanded a few times. Catherine the Great, she, you know what I mean, sat here and like conquered everything up to like the fucking Urals and fucking the Carpathian Mountains and like, you know, up to the fucking the Northern Sea and down to the Black Sea in the south, or the Aegean in the south. And the reason why they did that is so that they could stand here and have like enough like fucking geological borders that any place where somebody like France or Britain or Germany would be invading, they had that covered, right? You know, I mean, they're like, we could plug that we have enough men, we can plug that gap and stop somebody from marching troops to. This is the Northern European plain, right? And so like this basic principle of like understanding, like, you know, that like this is sometimes how countries operate, which is why the USSR did, you know, I mean, in the 1940s ish, right? At a time when like they took over all the Eastern Europe and then the Iron Curtain fell down or whatever. Like this is not new, but the United States thinks it needs the entire goddamn globe, right? And that is not a fucking thing. Britain fucked around in Europe forever trying to maintain like Europe not being solidified. That's why Nazis were so dangerous to Europe, or to the Brits, right? Because like they were not concerned with their own safety. They were concerned, well, they kind of were. They were concerned with like Britain or Europe being a unified power because they've been invaded by the Vikings and the Gauls and the fucking Normans and the goddamn fucking and the Anglos, right? Which the reason why they call them Anglo-Saxons now, right? Like literally, all like we inherited this fucking trait of like fucking thinking that we should like stand here and keep everybody around off balance and everybody under our fucking boot. That way, we never have to worry about anything ever. But the thing is like, again, we don't need to control the entire world. I get the fact that like people hate us now because like we've been standing here fucking around in their countries for 100 years, right? And causing massive amounts of problems. I wrote about this in my last piece where it's like, I kind of feel bad about eating fruit, right? Because like literally like half the fucking shit that gets imported from like South and Central America is made by like Del Monte and Dole, who literally conducted open warfare, in order to like basically enslave the fucking population. Yeah, the United Fruit Company and shit, right? The same thing in Puerto Rico, Cuba. Like, why do you think Cuba had that fucking revolution with Castro? That had everything to do with
hungry,
huh?
Because they were hungry.
Well, number one, they were hungry. Number two, like literally, like they were brutally repressed in their own goddamn country because like American companies with the backing of the American government and the mob fucking sat here and just basically ran motherfucking like the natives to fuck off their land. You know what I mean? And made them plant fucking sugarcane instead of food. Right? Did the same thing in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico literally like has been just basically decimated. Like, there's a video about the history of Puerto Rico and it's fucking crazy the amount of shit that like Puerto Rico has been put through because of the US. Like, we are the bad guys. And that's a fucking problem that I think we should probably address. You know what I mean? And listen to guys like this because it's not wah shit, right? It's literally like, yo, we are doing very bad things to the rest of the world. And regardless of how you feel, we're going to eventually pay that debt.
I mean, yeah, I feel where you're coming from, but I'm not like a fan of reparations. I would say just stop doing it and call it a day. It's good enough.
I mean, like, again, you kind of got to pay, like, we will eventually pay that debt. It's not about reparations, right? That's usually are paid in blood.
Yeah, well, it doesn't help when your birth rates are down and half your young men are pussies who whine about microaggressions. That's not good for defense.
Agreed.
I don't know if it's actually half. I hope it's fucking way less, but
it is way less.
Kind of makes you feel like it is. Right, that's good.
It is way less. I mean, I don't know about the kids coming up now. Like Gen Alpha's goddamn tragedy, right?
I really don't know.
Yeah, fucking I'm sitting at the fucking chat. Right? Like this is literally, you know what I mean, like some shit that we should probably address. You know what I mean? And like this dude's not standing here going like, wah, you're evil and we're good. That's not even what it is, right? He's standing here saying like, listen, y'all motherfuckers, like y'all pretend to like stand here and have these morals and these like upstanding things. But the truth is that like you don't really care about anybody the fuck else and you will stomp anybody who gets the fuck in your way. And you'll literally have the same amount of fucking like empathy for that fucking for them peoples in that country and that nation as you do for a bug that you step on.
Yeah, and here's another thing that came to mind is that the game has changed, so you could take over physical territory because everything was like horse and oxen, right? Like now with mechanized warfare and drone warfare and electronic warfare. I don't know. I don't know how much the actual geography really means except for a taxable base. Because you can get from A to B real fast in the air.
I mean, we don't even have to do all that now. Like, all we do now is we literally, like, fucking put in governments, you know what I mean, that are, like, bureaucracies that are fucking favorable to our fucking corporations. Right?
Yeah, I feel like the land stuff is just some boomer shit, unless you're physically taking over some kind of infrastructure for extraction, like minerals or.
Well, I mean, the land shit, they'll fuck people's land up so that they can't like survive. You know what I mean? Like what we did in Baghdad is we killed like something like the numbers vary large, like vastly. somewhere between 500,000 and 3 million Iraqis died after fucking the original Desert Storm, right? Because like we literally wiped out all of their irrigation and water network.
I also heard something about Afghanistan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they couldn't understand how they could sustain agriculture in a hot, arid climate. They had really ancient underground water canals, and every so often you'd see like a lump in the middle of the sand,
right?
And that was like a wellhead, and some of the pilots were instructed to just simply go around and target them and level them and destroy the underwater aquifer system, so that regular ass people couldn't grow their crops.
This is the kind of shit that I'm saying, bro. Like we are not the good guys in it, right? And
Yeah,
why
that's
are
not
we
going to create goodwill?
Yeah, and like literally, and this is the real bitch. It's like these are people going like, yeah, listen, I don't want my daughter to be a whore. I don't want my fucking like my son to cut his fucking dick off. I'm not interested in like homosexuality. Like I want my wife under control, and I want my family, to be like respectful of me. Right? I mean, like I'm not cool with like the, like all the rest of the fucking terrible shit that they do in Afghanistan. It was fucking horrid. Right? But like again, like that's the like we didn't even fix that while we were there. Anyway.
Yeah, but USAID.
It's USAID.
We were told not to. People were actually brought up on charges for trying to do that. For trying to stop Afghan men fucking boys.
Yeah, I feel you. Right. But like again, like we don't actually live the morals that we say.
I mean, that's fair.
Right.
And plus,
I don't think we should be imposing our shit on other people, but also that doesn't mean that we have to, whenever they come over to our neck of the woods, bend over backwards and capitulate to what their standards were in their third world.
Yeah, but I don't think we should let them hear if their standards are backwards.
Yeah,
also a fair point.
Yeah, what the fuck's that all about? That's crazy.
I agree. Finish this video up.
Indigenous people, the enslavement of Africans, the subjugation of entire nations abroad is the same ethos that fuels the police brutality in your streets, the economic strangulation of your poor, the educational deprivation of entire communities, the mass incarceration of your underclass, and the legal subjugation of so-called minority groups. I mean, just look at the statistics. You have more people in prison than any other country on earth, both in absolute numbers and per capita. Over 2 million people behind bars, and a disproportionately high number of them are so-called black people, African Americans, and Latinos. The so-called land of the free runs a for-profit prison industry where corporations like Core Civic and Geo Group literally make money from human suffering. That's why America criminalizes poverty, why minor infractions turn into life sentences, and why recidivism is designed into the system, because prisons are a business and human lives are commodities. What about police brutality? Every year, I've talked about this so many times, thousands of Americans, thousands, are gunned down by the very people who are sworn to protect you. Your police departments are outfitted like military units, armed with tanks, automatic weapons, treating their own citizens like they're an occupying army, the way an occupying army treats an enemy population. And who bears the brunt of this? Who are the prime targets for this domestic war? It's African Americans, Latino youth, indigenous communities, so-called minorities, members of the global majority. The same groups that have been subjected to violence for centuries in their countries of origin. And then there's your economic violence. The way your whole system is structured ensures that the rich get rich and the poor get crushed under an unbearable weight of debt, stagnating wages, impossible cost of living, on and on. How many millions of Americans are just one medical emergency away from bankruptcy? How many families are living paycheck to paycheck, unable to afford health care, unable to afford housing or education? The American economic system is not broken. Understand this. It's functioning exactly as it was designed to function, to extract wealth from the many to funnel it to the few. And if you're born poor in America, well, the system ensures that you stay that way. Your education system is not an equalizer, it's a caste system. Schools in wealthy areas are well funded with top tier facilities, while schools in poor neighborhoods are neglected. They're underfunded and they're deliberately set up to fail, setting their students up to fail. And the reason is obvious, because an educated population is dangerous. An informed citizenry questions authority and challenges injustice. It demands fairness, and America's elites cannot afford that. So they keep entire communities ignorant. They keep them disempowered. They keep them hopeless, funneling them into either the prison system or the cycle of wage slavery. And we all know that discrimination in America is woven into the very fabric of your laws, the very fabric of your institutions and everyday interactions. So-called Black Americans are still fighting for basic human dignity, for fair treatment in the courts, in housing, fair treatment in housing and employment and so on. Native Americans, like I say, are still confined to reservations, their land still stolen, their water poisoned, their sovereignty ignored. And all of this, the brutality, the oppression, the violence, is not accidental. It's the natural consequence of a nation built on exploitation. America doesn't simply commit atrocities abroad. It practices the same cruelty within its own borders. The same system that bombs and starves nations overseas is the same system that allows African Americans to be lynched in broad daylight by the police, allows corporations to strip their workers of humanity, and turns entire cities into wastelands of poverty and despair for corporate profits. The most dangerous mistake that you can make is to think that this system can be reformed. To think that those who benefit from that system will one day grow a conscience, because they won't. They're doing exactly what they believe is right, exactly what their values dictate. And unless you recognize this, unless you understand the nature of what you're dealing with, you will continue to be trapped in an illusion, thinking that change will come from within a system that was designed to crush you. The brutality is not a bug. It's the system working exactly as intended. Nothing's gone wrong. The misery and the bloodshed and the savagery all fall under their definition of morality. And that completely disorients anyone who knows it's immoral. And in that state of disorientation, they get the drop on you. That disorientation is all part of their hunting strategy. You know, when a lamb thinks about food, he's thinking about grazing in the field. But when a wolf thinks about food, he's thinking about that lamb. It's the same word, food, but two completely different understandings about what is intended by that word. So no, as a Muslim,
So what's the solution
we have to tell
here?
the truth. And I have to tell you the truth about that country. It's my country. It's where I come from. I know its ways. My ancestors were Irish, colonized for 800 years. Now you come to tell me, try to convince me that it's all because of the Jews, because of the Zionists, because of AIPAC. No, we can sniff that out right away, what that is. That's blame shifting, shifting responsibility. I mean, I could go along with it too. That's the easiest thing in the world to go along with. That's what they're going to do anyway next. That's the program. That's going to become the new official narrative. Israel blackmailed them. No, the Israelis are responsible for every crime that they committed, but every crime that they committed was on your behalf, and everyone knows it. You got a people, you have never done anything but hate for centuries to commit crimes on your behalf, colonial crimes, genocidal crimes, so that you can slither your way out of accountability when the time comes.
Okay, can you pause for a second
Big
here?
up your so-called Judeo.
So let's assume that that's correct. Does that mean that the Jews or the Irish that do crimes for, or the Italians that do crimes for the Anglos are now collectively responsible for all that too? Or does that mean that they get off the hook?
All right,
Like they don't have a debt to pay
listen,
now?
so like here's the thing. Okay. Let me you know Operation Gladio, right? No,
Vaguely, I know Jay Dyer likes to talk about it. It's about all I remember
so
about it.
Operation Gladio was an operation that happened post World War II. And basically it was to fight the socialist and communist in Italy, right? And what the American government did, right? What the Anglo-Saxon American government did is they sat here and they used guys like Lucky Luciano and fucking Gotti and like fucking all the mobsters, right, at that time. And throughout the like up until like the 1990s and to early 2000s, to ship in munitions and weapons and fucking like bombs and fucking RPGs and shit, right, to local fucking people who were trained by British fucking SAS soldiers in Sweden, right, in Switzerland. And they put them in, and these people would stand here and blow up and conduct warfare with the local police and the fucking government of Italy, and then they would blame it on the communists and the socialists. This is Operation Gladio. Now, Lucky Luciano's dead. My God, he's dead. Like all these people who like committed all these crimes are dead, right? The individuals who helped this shit, right? And the reason they helped this is to get out of like the fucking crimes that they had committed in America, right? You know what I mean? So the government made a deal with them and said, listen, you know what I mean? Like, look, we will keep you out of prison and let you get out of prison and keep operating and doing what you're doing here in America, selling drugs and prostitution, gambling, extortion, whatever the case is, robbery. If, you know what I mean, you help us conduct warfare in a geopolitical stage, right? You know what I mean? You let us use your supply lines going in and out of Italy and Sicily to, you know what I mean, like bomb the local population. This happened up until like the 90s and the 2000s, like from the 1940s. Whose fault is this? Is this Luciano's problem? Is this, you know what I mean, like God?
Well,
It's obviously the Jews.
Sure, but here's the thing: is
It's not. No, it's not. Yo, it's not their. No, it's not their crime.
Oh, really? So now two wrongs make a right now. Okay, well, I mean,
No. So like, wait. Did the mob have these weapons beforehand?
it doesn't matter. The
No,
point
did
is
the
that
mob have these weapons beforehand?
They didn't take their knocks and go to prison. They said, "I'll sell out my own people. I'll destroy my own country to get out of prison." Right? So,
Yeah, okay,
is
all
that
right,
dedication to their people?
Okay, again, wait. So like, the thing is, right? The government's the one to blame for this. It's the government, right? This is the government.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I agree. So guess what? That means that people that look like me, who are Anglo, who came over as tenant, nigger farmers for the British, don't hold any responsibility for the crimes of the British, right?
No,
He's Irish. I'm Scottish, so I don't hold any responsibility for the brutality of the British, do I?
Yeah, right. And I'm gonna tell you why. Right. And I'm gonna explain this to you really, really simply. Right. Your job, as well as mine and everybody else's. We all have children. Me and you, right? Mountain, we have children. Right. Yoda. Everybody here has children. First time ever being on stream. Everybody has kids. Yep. Fucking crazy, bro. Like, listen, we're on the internet and people have children. It's fucking bananas. Yeah. Our job is every time we get a fucking chance, right? You know what I mean? We should be on this level where we're standing here getting in the ass of the government, exposing what the fuck they did, right? And not going, oh, it's the Jews or it's the fucking, you know what I mean? It's the fucking Italians, it's whatever, right? It's the goddamn government, it's the fucking Anglos, right? It's these upper class Anglo motherfucking goddamn Englishmen who think that they don't have a country and the only thing that matters is fucking money and power. Because they're scared of the rest of the fucking world and they want to remain in control of this system. Those are who to blame.
Sure. I can agree up to like 95% with you. Here's the thing though. If you release all this technology to the rest of the world, they're gonna fucking destroy this planet. Straight
Release
up.
what
So
technology?
like
What are you talking about?
all the technology that's been proliferated out by the British, if you release that to everybody equally, what's going to happen to those resources of this planet? It's going to be fucking destroyed.
Release what fucking technology?
Have you seen pollution in China, India?
Okay, listen, I don't,
Africa?
again, I don't care.
Yeah.
They already have the ability to do the tech. The fuck are you talking about? China has better AI than we do. The fuck are you talking about? I'm saying that legitimately, right? The people who need to be taken out of fucking power and never let it to have it again is the goddamn Anglos. They need to never be in control again.
Well, first of all, are we even allowed to talk about how that might be possible? Second of all, assuming that it is possible, I mean, how's that going to come to fruition when they have all the guns, all the money, all the weapons, all the control? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I understand what you're saying. I can go with your argument, but again, like, what's the solution? I mean, they literally rig the game to the point, whether it's the Anglos, the Jews, or wherever, maybe it's the reptilians, whoever it may be, they've rigged the game pretty fucking well, right? Like, people are acting out of their own self-interest for a job and money, just like Lucky Luciano and all these other people, you know what I mean? So they're just acting out of self-interest for the most part, right? So
Reptiles 2028, let's go.
Let's go. Yo, fanboy reptilian 2028. Right? Yo, but like, listen, no. Okay, that's The Anglos are like 4% of the world's global population, right? And it seems to be that like, they are 100% running things. Now they have folded in, other people who only care about power and money, Asians and Middle Eastern people and whatever, right? But the thing is like these Middle Eastern people, when they go home, right, they uphold like the standards of whatever it is that they live at home. And the same with the goddamn Asians. The Americans and the British and the French and the Germans and all these fucking people, right, who are running these countries don't. Right? They literally fucking stand here and enforce the same rules that they live under on everybody the fuck else. It's like, oh, listen, it's fine if I'm a transsexual. It's fine if, like, I can be a homosexual open in the fucking public and, run around in a feather dress. Right? The same shit, the same, like, fucking degenerate, garbage, terrible shit that they do in private in their fucking hotel rooms in Dubai. Right? It's the same shit that they want to be able to do on the street. Now, the rest of the world understands that, like, they don't want their population acting this way. Unfortunately, we are the only people who think that, like, this is fucking acceptable. Well, your people, anyway. Your people are the only people who think that this is acceptable to do in fucking public. The Jews go home and they fucking behave themselves. I'm short of Tel Aviv, right? Because they still have Orthodox Jews that they have to fucking deal with, right? And they will literally be taken out if they fucking go home and they try to, like, stand here and have, like, gay pride parades at in the Orthodox fucking goddamn libraries.
Well, it's literally part of their religion that anybody who's not a Jew is not a human too. So I mean,
yeah, I feel
they can rape and kill and murder anybody who's not one of them, though, right? So
yeah. Again, listen, the same way with like the Christians and the Muslims as well. There's a reason why we had slavery. Like we literally justified it through the Bible.
So you're thinking that atheism is going to make everybody tame?
No way. In no way is that what I'm saying, right? I never mentioned that at all. In any way, right? I'm saying that like
you hate religion, but you hate religion.
I hate
so
Christians
that's what I'm saying.
because Christians don't believe in anything. They don't follow any of the
justify slavery, by the way. That whole thing about the master and slave thing, that's way out of context.
No, I mean, like they literally use the Bible to fucking justify slavery.
Yeah, of course, people will use anything to justify anything. I mean,
that's psychopaths. That's like, all right. So this is actually part of what Grandmaster JP was talking to Rogan about today, like how the psychopaths will just gravitate towards whatever the political power is that day, and dress like the wolf. They're the wolf in sheep's clothing. They dress like the sheep. They wear the uniform. They say the slogans. They wave the same flags, but all they're really after is power. So,
yeah, well, and look, there's a lot, and I'll tell you this: there is a lot of dumb people who call themselves Christians and do stupid shit, and of course, I mean, but again, like if we're just going to collectivize guilt, so if I go put on the turban tomorrow and I go do a bunch of crimes, does that mean that every Muslim person now has a fucking, or anybody who wears a turban is now collectively responsible for what I've done?
Right. So, I mean, like,
Dylan Roof walked into a church and did something. Does that mean if I have a bowl cut, then I'm collectively responsible? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, where does that
you are. You are. Let me explain how this works. Right. So,
depending on the fabric of society being still woven together.
Yeah. So
if you look like a Timu John Denver, yes, you should be avoided at all costs.
Yeah. So like if there are, you know what I'm saying, like if there are like fucking, I don't even want to take this to nature. I just want to take this to basic society. So like you understand that there's places in cities that you're not allowed to go. That you're not you are allowed, but like you probably shouldn't go.
No-go zones.
Yeah, we all have these places.
There's a big one close to me. Yeah.
Yeah, we all have these places. Why don't you go there?
Because he's racist.
Because my natural instinct would put me in prison, or would get me killed if I say something or do something. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So
really badass going to take on the ghetto single-handedly. Look out.
So like
fucking Charles Bronson.
All right. So like anybody you meet from that area, anybody that wanders out of that area, are you going to be suspect of that person?
All the time, of course.
Okay. So reverse that.
What do you mean? So if I go into there, they're going to be suspicious of me?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Of course they are.
Yeah. Okay. So
and
like
rightfully so.
Yes. And so like if American soldiers All right, so let's say this. All right, let's say you're living in, I don't know, fucking Ohio, whatever, right? You're living in Ohio, and, you know what I mean, all of a sudden, a bunch of Islamists showed up, right, in military uniforms from Iraq, and they came in, you know what I mean, and they started like fucking shooting your uncles and your brothers and shit, you know what I mean, and they sat here and blew up your water source, right? You know what I mean? Like they blew up your fucking local sewage facility and your water treatment plant. I mean, that was pulling water out of the Cuyahoga, right? The next time somebody came through and they had the same skin tone and talked in the same language as that person, would you be suspicious of them?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm not going to say something, but yeah, go ahead. Good. Yeah, I get the.
And
Okay,
so,
go ahead.
like, you know,
Wait,
if
you're
you're,
talking about the Iraqi Desert Storm, right?
listen, we're just having a conversation. We're having a conversation, right? And so, like, if you stood here and you decided that, you know, what I mean, you as a whole, right, in the community that you live in your area or county, right, where like the water treatment plant was blown the fuck up, right? You wanted, you know what I mean, like to have your shit rebuilt and didn't have any money to be able to do so, right? And your government came in and did it, and then your government said, you know what? You know what I mean, what we need to do is we need to sue this other fucking country, right? And all the taxpayers of Iraq, right, fucking had to stand here and fucking pay for like the fucking winning settlement in order to fucking stand here and rebuild your shit. Would you be okay with that?
I mean, I guess from a practical standpoint, I wouldn't have much say in it.
I
So
mean, would
yes.
you be okay with it? Would you be all right with like, yo, say, I don't know, like fucking if we sued the Saudi Arabians for 9/11?
I mean, see, I'm trying to take personal bias out of it. The fact that I don't like Saudi Arabia, but
Yeah. I'm just
you
saying because like,
know,
you know, like
I
fucking,
guess
what is
so.
it?
Yeah.
17 and 19 hijackers were Saudi Arabian, right? You know what I mean? So like we decided that the Saudi Arabians were responsible for this. You know what I mean? And Bandar Bush, you know what I mean, was like escorted out of the country early, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, would you be all right with all the Saudi Arabians being taxed to pay back families of 9/11 victims?
I mean, in theory, sure.
All right. So you're okay with collective guilt?
Well, whether I am
Mm.
or not is irregardless because what you're talking about is going to be enforced by a government, and you said that you don't like government,
No,
so
no, no, no. You're fine with collective guilt just as long as it's not you.
What if we change the variable instead of the Saudi government being held accountable and paying it, the families of those hijackers for not stopping them?
Their communities or
well, that
whoever
would
the fuck
ruin
it is, bro.
his
Like
point.
again, right? But this is the whole point, right? Like this is why I say like yes, collective guilt is a thing.
Well, here's the reason why you should know better than that because here's the thing: is disinformation and propaganda, successful? Yes, it is. So how can you ever know for sure who's exactly telling the truth or not? I mean, look at the war in Afghanistan. You literally had people using the United States government to go kill these other clans because they had some feud and starve little children to death with misinformation. I mean, that's just on a low level. Now imagine and extrapolate out that the British or the quote unquote, supposed British are the masters at manipulation and disinfo and psyops and propaganda. So I'm just saying, like, you have to make a lot of assumptions in order for the thing to hold true, right? So,
I mean, like,
I mean,
listen,
I get what you're
there's
saying though, but
yeah, I mean, like, I personally think, right, like the British should probably be wiped out by the Indians, right? At least financially, right? You know what I mean?
do you
'Cause
want it? So hold on. So you think that the Indians are going to rule your country better than the Anglos?
well, I mean, no, no, no. I
I mean,
said the British. I said the British, right? You know what I mean? Like England.
Like, lately, they're not doing great.
Yeah, Yeah, the British
Yeah,
aren't
I
doing
mean,
well.
have you been to London lately, though? Have you
It's
been to
tragic.
London
It's
lately?
a
I
fucking
mean,
tragedy, right?
The city of London is actually an incorporation. It's not
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
like a
but like,
city.
yeah, but like real shit, like for like what they did to India, you know what I mean? They probably should like pay, you know what I mean, like a lot of money back to
I
them.
mean, I don't know. I know. I mean, India was basically like, child trafficking central for 1,000 years or something. I mean, I mean, is it
Again,
really worse
who
off now
can,
than it
again,
was? I
like
don't know, but
yes, I mean, I mean now, no, right? Because like they've had like 200 years to recover, but like the amount of shit done to India, right? Like the amount of people who died and were starved out by like Britain, right, is
but
unbelievable.
but was India overall just like this nice little Disneyland where everybody
Who
did good things to each
fucking
other and stuff? Or
cares? If I go and burn down a
okay, then
fucking
what?
crack house and
But
kill
who
two
care?
children in
But
it,
you
is it fucking still wrong?
but you said, but wait a second. The other day you said that you don't care. Nobody cares about dead people that aren't their people, right? So why do you care about Indians that died 200
I
years ago?
don't. I don't. Anyway, right?
So it's just about
I'm
it's just
giving
about
you
getting rid of the Anglos.
I'm giving you examples of things that should probably be done. Right? Just like the Dutch should probably be wiped out by the fucking Congo. Right? Like, listen, there's a lot of shit. You know what I mean? A lot of shit to be paid for. Right? And the
So do you
problem is,
think the Italians and the Congo, the people from the Congo, are gonna like do business together?
like, the Italians have no reason to do business in the Congo, and if they do, they will do business in the Congo. Right? Like, listen, we, like, Italians owe a debt to Libyans, sorta, kinda. I don't know, like, we're always usually, like, really close. You know what I mean? As peoples. They're not really mad at us. You know what I mean? Because, like, we weren't dicks to them, you know?
Yeah. Well, again, most Anglos I know came over as like poor people, basically enslaved on farms, the way that black people were. So again, you're
I
just saying,
mean,
well, like all Anglos are collectively responsible when literally, like this guy talking said, the Irish were colonized for 800 years by the British. So does he get off the hook then, even though he's Irish? Or
the Irish are Celts, technically. Right? They're not fucking Anglos.
yeah, so are the Scots.
Yeah.
See, I'm not
Right.
reading this argument as government action. I'm reading it more like the will of the people if there was complete breakdown in law and order. Like,
Yeah.
how would you fare if people have this kind of resentment, right? And they had the will and the means to exact a revenge if they feel that revenge. So I think the conversation is more like, do these people have are they entitled to feel wronged and carry a vengeance? The only thing that prevents people from acting out in vengeance is that they fucking can't, because we have like law and order and shit. But have you ever taken the race test?
You mean a what do you call it, a genetic test?
No, like a societal. All right, so here's the race test, real quick, right? Like, if you don't know what group you belong to, just imagine that one day law and order completely fails, the exact day that you're exiting out a building in the middle of a street, and every other door is locked, and there's a race war about to happen on that street, and you're in the middle of the street, and you look to your left and you see people your color, and you look to your right and there's people not your color. Which side do you run to?
Well,
It
unfortunately,
should be obvious for everybody. Like, that's a
yeah, I'm gonna
fucking
have to
obvious
run.
answer.
I,
Like,
I I I look at it like prison. I mean, we're all living in prison, and again, that's where I think a lot of this is coming from. Is like if the entire world is a prison, we're under prison rules, so it should be no surprise that people are gonna feel as if they have no choice. I mean, that's why I use rhetoric to for what pro white people, because I honestly don't think that if things do degrade, that everybody's going to show mercy to me, regardless of the reality of what my background. They're going to look at me and say, "Well, you have blonde hair, you
yeah, you
have
become
green
an
eyes,
archetype. You
you
become an
know,
archetype and a target,
fuck you."
and yeah, exactly. Like, if we didn't have law and order, shit would be bad. It doesn't mean everyone would be an
Right,
asshole and an
and
animal,
again,
but
and that's the thing is like I can see the argument for it in theory, but the truth is like I don't know that things are going to get better if the Anglos are out of control, because I mean, again, if this was 500 years ago, maybe it's a different argument. Where we are today, I mean, I genuinely like Pnoid's arguments. I think they're extremely valuable arguments. I'm just saying, like, I don't know
Look, no one's
if I had to
talking.
bet which way is better, like let everything fall apart or or trust the Anglos. I mean, both of them suck. I mean, but
Yeah,
I get the
that is
argument.
a giant douche and a shit sandwich. But no one's talking about poor immigrant fucking railroad workers from the UK, right? We're talking more or less about the people who nowadays, hang out in Monaco and have 400-foot yachts and are jealous of the guy with the 405-foot yacht. Like the real, how does he put it? The
Well, but
OFGFC, right?
here's the thing is all the middlemen, the Lucky Lucianos and the what do you call just some middleman clerk for the British Secret Service or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like those people, I mean, it's like when people blame Mean Mr. Mustache. Is it all his fault because he inspired people, or is it the people that participated in it? I could see the argument for both. But again, if you start doing that to everybody else and say, well, is it everybody else's responsibility anytime a tragedy happens? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a
I
very
mean, why is that? Why is that like the
slippery
only
slope.
answer you have, right? I mean, like, listen, the problem is, right, is that like the people who like right now are running the system and like are like the old money in this country are Anglos, right? And they're scared of everybody, and they think that the entire world is their goddamn playground. They need dealt with. They're an issue, right? They want to have no race and no nationality and no community and no ethnicity. Listen, you want to play the ethno guesser game?
I do. I have to go back in. I'm doing a little work right now, but I'll be listening. Thank you guys. I'm not mad or anything. I think it's a good,
All right.
very interesting argument.
So, where are these people from? Everybody up in the thing?
That is Queens, New York.
The blue eyes on the
tough one.
female's fucking me up.
I'm thinking somewhere east of Germany.
I'm thinking y'all can play at home, man. Hold up. Let's get the fucking chat involved. Listen, anybody who's still in the chat,
Uzbekistan.
you know what I'm saying? You think Uzbekistan?
That's a good guess.
I'm guessing because I can barely see it because I can't get the thing to fucking expand on my goddamn phone while driving. So me squinting at it like it's a postage stamp. Yes, that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, I would have guessed that area too. Honest with you, because they're super Asian looking, right? I'm gonna guess Uzbekistan, right?
I like that. Yeah.
Like that? Firm guess. No.
Oh no. Scando Lapids. You sly devils.
Southern Sammy people. That's why. All right.
To be fair, I don't know what anyone looks like.
All right. So this is either
Atlanta, Georgia.
The dark heart of Africa.
New Orleans. That's New Orleans.
I'm guessing like Rwanda.
You've got some kind of like advertising bar covering the faces.
Bernard Parish, Louisiana. Oh my god, it finally just expanded. Hold on.
I would say more north of there. That isn't where you're pointed at, like lush. We should probably go more desert. Somewhere more bushy. How about right there, Chad. Yeah.
Go for it.
Right out.
Your guess is as good as mine, honestly. So
Philippines.
Oh no. I don't know what Filipinos look like anymore.
I mean,
I thought I knew.
Ancient type found in the mountains of the, like basically are like I would.
These are exceptions, not the rule.
I agree.
Yemen.
Where's a Kazmat dude from?
I mean, think he.
Yep.
Wherever that dude near Ukraine, because that dude kind of reminds me of the.
That's what I was
Zelensky?
saying. I was thinking.
Thank you, thank you.
Right, like Bulgaria, Macedon type of area.
I like how even in the dude's picture you can see a woman's hair. It's so fucking confusing.
Do you?
It's like a T-Boz look from fucking TLC. Like he's about to AI start singing me "Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls" and shit.
Listen, how about like?
I mean, okay.
Can't be very far from there.
Go with 11. I was right in the first place.
Oh shit. Okay.
So
in Europe.
Yes.
The fucking mountain be fucking me up.
Alford.
Like these are 100%.
Aztec ish.
I'm gonna go with Central fucking South America. Right around there.
I've got no input. No idea. Bang. There you go.
Bang. 500 miles away. Yeah, we got that.
Big points.
Um,
Southwest
I can't
America / Mexico. Or maybe the plains.
No, I'm gonna go with you know those fucking survival videos that they do way off in the
Southeast Asia.
Indies, I guess.
yeah, that's kind of where I was going. Thinking like a Pacific Islander or something.
Something like that.
Which Pacific Islander? How about
I'm picturing like
how about East Island?
Eskimo.
More think more rarely contacted or freshly contacted tribe area.
Yeah, I was thinking like East Island.
Okay.
Right? I mean, like, all we got left then, tiny little islands. How about like Samoa?
No, I wouldn't say that's Samoa. I look like a fucking Samoa.
And we're gonna go with East Island then.
Okay.
Oh,
Where was it?
Wow.
Fucking like
Lower southeast
Southern
Brazil.
Brazil, Uruguay.
Isn't that uninhabited area? Low contact with the outside world?
Oh, I know these people.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
he works at the airport and she works at the DMV.
How about like
No, he. Hold on.
I couldn't tell.
Oh, let me get on here. Jesus, this fucking road. Woo, dark.
Blue Collar Canuck says Central Africa.
I'm gonna go with
Oh wait, India.
Listen,
I don't think that's
near
India.
Nigeria.
Bro, listen, I don't think that's India.
That's dark.
Yeah, we're in Cameroon, right? So I think Cameroon.
Oh, northern India is not a bad guess.
That's a terrible.
Or sorry, southern India.
All right, send it.
Listen, Papua New Guinea.
Everybody fucked up on that. L's all around.
What was it?
Papua New
Southeast
Guinea.
Pacific. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Listen. Is Hawaiian.
Yeah, I'll go Hawaii or Samoa. That's Hawaiian or Samoa. I'd be okay with both of those. Or New Zealand area.
New Zealand. I was just gonna say that. Yep.
New Zealanders don't. No. There's some.
Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee.
All right, we'll go with Samoa. Yeah. Right.
Samoa?
Oh.
It's like the whole. It's dotted around all the.
Okay. How
Pacific
about
islands.
like Australia?
That is straight up Aboriginal.
That's what I'm saying.
Ugh. No. Remember that was above Australia, wasn't it?
Okay.
Papua
New Guinea with it. No. Fuck you.
Tasmania.
What happened? I'm glancing as I'm trying to avoid, I should say.
Tasmania.
Crevices. What the fuck?
Tasmania.
Yeah, all fucked up. But that's okay.
I mean, it's a swim.
Ed, I'm gonna go with.
I was thinking Spain.
Mountain people.
I can go Spain.
Noses.
I wouldn't.
Spanish Uden.
Portugal.
It's not. I think we're gonna go. Yep, for 430, like 200.
That's a wide littorid. That's a widespread genealogy right there. They walked around, sold shit, and fucked a lot back in the day.
Which Central American slash long noses? I think
Guatemala.
I'm fine with Guatemala. Check a chat, see what the chat has to say. Chat, where you at? Yeah, Johnny, I feel you, bro. All right, so what do y'all got on this one, man? All right, yo, what do y'all got on this one, man? Listen, throw your fucking answers in the chat. Come on, bro. Like, yo, I need some answers. Because we're thinking Guatemala. I'm fine with Guatemala. What do y'all think?
Guatemala. It's my daughter's name.
All right, listen, we're going to go with Guatemala for the moment. What happens? No, we are
good enough.
Bullseye. Good job, fucking Mountain.
Mexikid, who was also a gunfighter back in the Wild West.
Aztec.
No. Like.
Are we going First Nations Canadian?
Sure.
Yeah, that looks about right. Okay.
No,
not too far off.
Appalachian.
Well, I mean,
Appalachians.
You're loosening the term up.
You guys here are
hey, look,
Asian. I'm gonna go with
West Mongolia.
West Mongolia.
That's oddly specific.
So that is
Kazakhstan, that
highly
kind of
specific. Yeah. What do you got?
Like every time I think of Genghis Khan, I think of a motherfucker like that.
I agree. All right, let's confirm guess. Nope.
Damn.
Inuit.
Inuits. He has to be wearing that fur like hood. You know what I mean? We need a clue.
Yeah, because like, yo, listen, that's not fair. Okay. Long nose. 100. Somewhere in north. I would guess there. What do you?
Okay,
I'm
good.
okay
It's
with it.
back on the fucking car. Hold on. What's the guess?
I'm guessing.
Yeah, like northern Texas.
Okay.
No.
Eh.
Peruvian. You're doing badly this.
Yeah. Well.
All right. Here, 100% are African. No, they're African at minimum. Where in Africa are they?
Cleveland.
Memphis.
Nah. Texas. Mississippi. That chick's from like Alabama. Go.
Mongolian.
Stick with the thing. We'll go with
But seriously though.
Niger.
Yeah, Niger, Nigeria, whatever the fuck.
No. Southern Africa.
I'm off. Is Southern? All right. So help me out with my geography here. Is never mind. It's not. I must shut up now. Asian, of course.
Japanese.
I'm gonna go with Chinese.
Mountain.
North Japan. Yeah, northern Japan islands area. Like way north. Norther.
Up here.
He said Norther.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Get it?
All right. Not bad.
You're bullseye.
Where was it?
Fuck that. Ishikawa.
Oh, nice.
Our pinpoint landed outside the bullseye, but it's generally right. Turkey.
Curd. Curd.
Where do you get curd?
Yeah, curds are kind of like. I
I
keep
worked
making the
with a
mistake
guy.
of thinking like modern. Like we got to think like original people.
I worked
in
with a
this
guy,
game.
and he was Kurdish.
I'm thinking like Paki.
Damn near his HR photo. So
I'm thinking like Paki. Paki, Iranian.
I can see that. The bushy eyebrows is really what's fucking me up in the widow's peak.
I'm thinking
She's generic enough to be like anywhere from Texas to fucking middle of New Delhi, India.
I mean, like, listen, she would be fine anywhere from like Spain to Iran, probably.
Well, I was thinking
Look,
Iraq.
she's the type of person that if you put her on a deportation list, there may be a like, no, fuck that guy, fuck that guy, fuck that guy. She can stay. Fuck that guy, fuck that guy.
I guess Saudi Arabia because I thought I saw.
Oh, Ireland
All right, so James
or
Vanderbeek,
Britain?
Claire Danes,
Ah,
not Claire Danes.
No,
Brody.
no. It's not Claire Danes and it's wow. The dude who sang
Justin Timberlake.
"Body Like Me." Not,
Macklemore.
he's not fucking Macklemore. Shut the fuck up.
Voldemort.
Tupac. All right, so like these people, I would
Prince
guess.
Harry.
Yeah, Prince Harry. And who's the chick who starred in Spider-Man, like the first one? Mary Jane.
Kirsten
Oh,
Dunst.
Kirsten
yes,
Dunst. That is Kirsten Dunst right
with red hair dye.
there. Dunst had red hair.
So I want to go Ireland, but I'm also very partial to the UK.
Yeah, listen,
I'm thinking.
okay. It's
Okay.
gonna be like
What
Norway.
if you put it?
We're perfect. We're on it.
Anglo-Saxon. There you go.
These are the people.
Did we hit it? Yeah,
That's
we
your
hit it.
Anglo-Saxon.
Oh, that
Goddamn
is
Mongolian keep breaking my shitty wall.
Look at my shitty wall. Tiny face.
Those look more like Inuits than those fucking Inuits did.
I had to guess.
Like like American Indian esque, but then you look at the eyes and that throws them right off because they look similar to when you go into the museums and see their depictions of original people to the North America.
Yeah, it looks like an
But
Eskimo.
they are definitely. Oh yeah, we can go Alaskan, sure.
What?
They look like Eskimos, but I feel like the right answer is like northern China.
I think they're too fucking goddamn fucking dark to be Eskimos. Try, bro. Really are. What
Well,
island is
there you
this?
go.
Chinese and Cossacks. I have no idea.
Oh yeah. So it's
What is
Jimi
Uh,
Hendrix and
I got
Michael
you.
Obama.
I'll be right back. Y'all fucking speak.
no,
So
we're now going to pray. We're now going to break for this piss identification.
I'm getting like actor vibes / guitar player vibes.
I mean, I see where you're at, but like this guy.
Like
So the guy says to me Australian Aboriginal. The woman throws that right off.
Yeah, I feel like they met from two different states.
Right? But I think Australia is a decent guess.
I'd go with New Zealand.
Okay.
I don't fucking know.
I'm sure they have different.
Like, to be fair, I'm bad at this.
We're not good racists. We're just like, hey, are you cool to hang out with? All right, I don't give a fuck what you look like.
Yeah, well, racism is passe, right? No one's a good racist. That's why you have to like judge people based on like we're going the way of the gang color thing, right? So
Right.
if it's basically the Trump hat versus the Biden shirts or any kind of like rainbow flag coalition thing. Like we have to break this down more simply because obviously everyone's going to fail at this.
All right. So what have we decided?
We're all right. So Mountain's kind of on the fence. I said it really could be anybody because the dude to me says Australian Aboriginal. And that guess gets thrown right the fuck off whenever I look at the female.
I'm guessing Papua New Guinea.
Let's go with that.
Fair enough.
Like if I had to guess. Not far off.
Okay.
Right.
Where was it?
Indonesia. I know where this
Oh, nice.
is. I know where this is. South Africa.
Hmm.
You know who it looks like?
Mandela.
Nelson Mandela. Yo, listen. Oh.
Straight
bullseye.
up.
Got
Bullseye.
that one. Know that one. All right. So. I hate. Listen.
Middle
I
East?
hate these guys, bro. They are the hardest to get.
Yeah, they look like literally everyone.
Like anybody from like Spain to like fucking Iran. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It could be any of these people.
All right, so bring up the Middle East.
Okay.
Let's put them somewhere like in the middle, like between Iraq and Saudi, maybe. Why not? I don't know. It's anyone's guess, dude.
We're really actually not that far off.
Educated guess.
All right, I know this guy.
Yeah, it's giving Bushman.
On.
I don't know where the bush area in Africa actually is, though. Like I couldn't point it out on the map.
Wide nose. Short.
Yeah, small stature.
Go like Central Africa up toward Chad.
I if I had to. Oh, look, not bad. Got the right continent. If
Yeah.
I had to get that correct to save my life, I'd be a dead man.
Yeah, you'd probably guess fucking Aboriginal somewhere.
No, I'd be in Africa. I just don't know where the bush country is. Apparently, it's there. Blasian for sure. How do you get Blasian? Where does that kind of come from? Polynesia? Malaysia?
Hmm.
I'm getting Malaysian vibes.
Okay. Up there.
What does chat say? Is anybody even keeping up?
Yo, listen. Pakistani's still trying. Right. Listen. You know what I need to do? I need to pop it out. Actually, like something new. Mongo. Pop out chat. I have no idea. Okay. Back up. Myanmar? That's a good guess, man. Myanmar is a good. Yeah, we were thinking around that general entity. We'll go with Myanmar. Let's let the chat have one. No, more South Africa.
What?
Yeah, remember the last one we
Get
had
out
with the
of
fucking face all scrunched up?
Yeah, but he's so Asian. She's really Asian.
I feel you.
You know, somebody fucking Gilligan Island like thousands of years ago with that shit. That's some bullshit. I'm calling AI cap.
All right, so these people here. yeah, Canucky, you fucked us up on that one. Now, like our points went down again. All right, so What type of Native American?
Eskimo, or I don't know, Navajo, something like that. I'm thinking Northern American somewhere. Vancouver.
Right.
Anybody disagree or give a shit?
I'll just go.
Heyo.
Listen, fucking 396. Not bad. Okay. They're Palestinian. Like Lebanese. Somewhere around that general. This is in this.
Israel. Might as well zoom in because Palestine and Lebanon are apparently extremely different.
Some woman. Yo, feel you. All right. So, what are we thinking, fellas? Like, legit, because we got like, God, man. Listen, so Lebanese, Jordan, Egypt, Israel, Syria. Right, like any of these could be, right?
I'd throw my hat in for Jordan.
Where's Shia LaBeouf from? Because he kind of reminds me of Shia.
Pretty sure he's from LA.
Yeah, he's from LA. And I'll be honest, I don't think he looks like Shia LaBeouf. I think he like one of the bad guys from Fast and the some shit.
Or any of the bad guys, and
that's another kind of good possibility, like Puerto Rican.
Shia LaBeouf was actually a badass. Maybe it's not LA, but he was running with like gangsters from his. I want to look this up now because I totally forgot. Oh yeah, it is LA. Okay, yeah, he ran with like LA gangsters and shit for a minute.
We're gonna go with Lebanon. Yes.
Go with.
Yeah, we're not far off.
Where we go?
Get the fuck out of here.
Greece.
It's weird how they have those pinpoints though. Paleo Sardinian.
Oh yeah.
So these are the people who invented sardines, which is part of a paleo diet.
Sardinia. Right.
They certainly spread their sperm up in a fountain and just kind of randomly landed all over the place.
These are the Basques,
heavily concentrated
right?
in Paris.
I'm saying, like, they're like the people Basque region, fucking. Right. This is a weird haplo as a whole. All right, next. Street
Bangladesh.
shitter. Street shitter.
Yeah, this guy is definitely calling to sell you something that you will not receive.
No, he's saying that you have a virus on your computer and you immediately need to send him
so like
$500 or some fucking.
Here is street shitters are us. What area?
Yes.
Bangladesh.
You gonna help us out, buddy? Only got like 3 watching now. I guess I don't. 4 people watching. Which street? I don't know anything about India anyway whatsoever.
The street is a filthy pudgy. Have you heard that fucking song, Pnoid? Dude, it's one of those AI generate things, and it is so disrespectful to Indians, but so is hygiene. So it's one of those things.
Where is like New Delhi?
I don't know.
Okay, without looking, it's gonna sound like I'm being a smartass, but Central India?
Crown.
Like you see those pictures and instantly hear that ding, 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 thing in your head.
No, I'm
It's something you
picturing
can't
Bangladesh.
Oh, listen, we are 15
But-
miles off. We're good.
Oh wow.
we know our street shooters. Hooray!
I don't really know my streets. Okay, so
If you worked in IT enough as I have, you're welcome.
Pakistani.
If you're not at least at one point, if you're not at one point trying to do the needful, you've not met a street hitter yet.
Okay, so what part of South America are they?
Oh. Venezuela.
I don't think you're
Or
far off.
Guada.
I mean, I'm in agreement about South America in general, but
Look kind of Guatemalan.
Ecuador?
like cohabitating with the Mexicans.
I mean,
I'm just saying mountains.
From the mountains of Bolivia, the freshest cocaine.
Because like
would you like a sniff?
their noses are really. Let's go with Bogota and Colombia. I kind of like that idea.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're good. 262 miles away. Yeah, we're fucking good. Kilometers away.
Choco Motalans. And we're back to the Kazakhs.
We're back to like fucking strange. Everybody in it. Yo, Lebanese. I'm guessing Lebanese. I have no idea. What do y'all think?
Sure. I'm
Send it.
Yes.
Lebanon. All right, bro.
Starting to
Check the
speed
chat,
round
folks.
it up. We're getting to the end. Speed rounds. Lightning round.
Oh, lightning rounds, bro. Listen, we're kind of chilling. Bullseye. Got it perfect.
Yes.
A lot of sperm.
Dude. He looks like he's already
High school
disappointed
nerd.
his family.
AV club, high school nerd, 100%.
This guy tried out for
Stand
he
by
tried
my-
out for like the football team. They were like, nah, bro. Like they stopped him before he put his pads on.
Dude,
Yo,
the band
carry the water.
said no.
You are the water boy.
Yo, he got caught for sexual harassment.
But you know he excelled in ROTC.
Yeah, where do the panty sniffers come from?
The internet.
Bangkok?
But that dude.
Island?
I was gonna go Kyrgyzstan.
Go Kurdish. Da. See? I like how we both were like, yeah, dude, this is a degenerate crew.
Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, something like that.
If you can find Tajikistan on the map, I would cast
It's
my
in
vote
Central
for it.
Asia, bro. Right here.
Hit it. Send it.
Send it. You're not far off. It was a Volgid. Is
what?
A Volgid, like as in the Volga River.
Yeah, like in southern Russia, northern Kazakhstan. I mean, so we're not far off. We got the right region.
We were in the stands. We knew it was a stand.
It was a stand. Not bad.
Oh shit.
I've never met these people. I've actually never met them. So, like,
But look.
Botswana-ish.
Oh, these are I am the captain now, motherfuckers.
Somalian?
Listen, I'm with it. You want to go like
Send it.
Somali-ish? You're not wrong.
Hit it.
Fucking
Can you believe it?
I can. I can.
Fucking
Can
dad.
you? I can you. All right. All right. So these are. These are Han Chinese somewhere.
Hmm. Right where you were at. I'm down with that.
Han Chinese or South Korea?
Go around the land
Chinese.
where they meet. Like just go up of the right there.
You're going.
Booyah.
You're going for the
Right
border.
right where the Chinese and North Koreans fucked in the bars late at night. Didn't tell their parents.
South Korean. See, listen.
Okay.
I know my group. We're not far off.
No one knows what South Koreans look like anymore. Like they're the most plastic surgeried up people on the planet right now. Apparently, they all look like cartoon characters.
All right, so
Or at least the ones with followers. Uh, that's interesting because she looks modern.
all right, so these are people who are mixed with. So like Mauritania, got picked.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess that.
Pretty interesting. Okay.
Like it?
Sure.
Those are like the good Africans that they'll allow in some of the resorts.
Saharan Ethiopid.
Well, DK, what up, man? Welcome. Have a wrench every time they come in the chat. So yeah, listen, we're not far off. All right, where we at? Okay. Okay, if you want to come and join us,
Round head. Ghana.
sent you a link to come. I mean, you can come join the voice chat. Hop in the stream. Round head.
I like Ghana.
I know these guys. That dude played in the NFL, right?
Yeah.
He was either like a O lineman or like a fucking running back. Like,
and she was at
my
Waffle
area
House.
is
No, he was a linebacker and he was brought up on charges for murder.
That's not Ray Lewis.
No.
That's
But it's his
LaShawn.
brother.
That's LaShawn McCoy.
Okay.
Right, that's a different dude. Or that's Warren Sapp.
I can see LaShawn.
Beat the shit out of T-Box. Or Left Eye. Lisa Left Eye Lopez.
Sapp did? Huh?
What?
Sapp beat the shit out of Left Eye?
Yeah, Warren Sapp. That's why Left Eye burned his house down.
And that's petty.
What?
All right, so Ivory Coast-ish. I'm gonna go with like right here. You think? What do you think?
My original call was Ghana, so I'm down with that.
Where's Ghana? Yeah,
right
listen.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
That's fine.
We'll move it into Ghana for you. All right, let's check it. Let's see where we're.
Oh, come on.
I was perfect, bro. I was perfect. Fuck you. God damn it. Listen, I was perfect. Okay.
I was accepting a new order, sorry.
All right, so we're gonna go with like Nambia, just because like he has those.
All right.
What do you think? Yeah.
Man, I'm lost on this one. I couldn't tell you.
All right, let's try it.
I mean, he kind of looks like a. Where was it?
Like Central African Republic.
See, what fucks me up about this game is that they're trying to do composites for ancient lineage origins, and I
And they
consider
all look
myself
alike.
pretty decent at like what modern people look like, and this fucks me all up.
All right, so if I had to guess on this one, I would say Vietnamese.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like the angles of the eyes, the nose, face shape. Yep.
All right, let's try it out. Oh, we're not
Pretty
bad.
good. Like that seems to be a pretty wide. They're the kimchi type.
Yo, Laos, Vietnam border, bro, we're pretty good.
Yep, there's kimchi all over that motherfucker.
What is this?
So
We literally saw these
So
guys.
where in
northern
Mexico?
Mexico. This is northern Mexico.
Going northern? Okay.
Boom, bitch.
Yes.
Almost.
So like technically,
So
they're from
Pnoid is like
Arizona.
Motherfucker,
and I
if you don't
picked
get a
some-
bullseye, you can't say
original North
boom,
America.
bitch. It was close. You hit like a 20, so calm the fuck down.
Yo, man, I hit like I hit like a fucking 40 out of 50.
Well, what was the actual
Okay,
punch?
so you hit you hit a double 20, is what you're saying?
It was Arizona. I picked some.
Ooh.
Okay, this guy totally spends like $300 for like panty pics through Instagram.
He sends text messages like, "Let me see your bobs and vagine."
No, he's a cell phone store, and like trades Pokemon cards.
Fuck.
He looks like Pedro from like Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yo,
Pablo.
Vote for Pedro.
Yo, what is Puerto Rican? I would, yo, if I had to Puerto Rico, Cuba ish.
What about Bogota? Because he's not a hills Colombian. He's a city Colombian.
Him, maybe her. That's not what Colombian chicks look like. Like I've seen plenty of Colombian chicks.
I would guess Puerto Rican.
Original Puerto Rican? Okay.
Yeah, like Taino, Taino
Send
Indian.
it.
Yes.
Fucking send it.
Taino Indian.
What was it?
Cuba.
Cartagena.
Ooh, I want to take you. Ha! Come on, pretty mama.
Where the fuck is Puerto Rico at? Damn, what area it is? Okay. All right.
Pnoid, you're hanging their flag from your fucking rearview mirror
wow,
when you don't know where the fuck they are.
I was way off.
God, no.
What was it?
Really? Southern India.
Southern Indian.
Wow.
We're nearly
That is not
15,000
based-
miles.
As I
off.
said
Associated with
before
Southern India.
y'all talked me out of it, they sent text message that says, "Let me see your bobs and vagine." But no, I was wrong, so I got talked out of it, jackass.
We literally just did these people.
Or was it?
No, we're wrong.
Finland. That was the Fenno-Norded, and they look like they're Prince Harry and fucking Juliette Lewis. Kirsten Dunst, yeah, whatever. Why did I say Juliette Lewis? I don't know. I don't know what anybody looks like anymore. This game has fucked me up all completely.
Or you can be like my wife. Every single country artist is either Luke Bryan or Garth Brooks, and everybody looks at her like, no, no.
All right.
What is it, Morgan Wallen? Fuck
Do the
that, still
daily
no.
game. Do the daily game.
All
Oh
right.
god damn it!
Did the last game end? Because I was gonna guess like.
Yeah, the last game.
All right.
Who the fuck is that?
That's the guy that used to be in the band Menudo.
So the dude kind of looks like a trans Shania Twain.
Oh, fucking hot.
I'm pretty sure these are like fucking southeastern Europeans.
After a full cycle of feminism, she's embraced masculinity.
I'm gonna pull up Pnoid. You know what? I agree.
Yo, that pink popped collar is fucking me all up, though.
Oh yeah, listen, always fucks us up. Okay, so are these Native Americans or are these your?
The Asianish eyes are putting me more towards like Siberia.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's where they were.
Wow, Northern Finnish, North Lapids.
Oh, these motherfuckers are gonna definitely possibly hide a bomb on an airplane.
Yeah, Iran.
Iran? I think Iran.
I'm guessing Pakistan.
Yeah, I would guess Pakis.
Okay. That's a wide distribution. So that's actually more Yemen. They're Yemenids. Those are literally your Yemenis.
Oman. That's Oman.
Wow.
Yemen.
Orientalid subtype that deviates in Armenian. I can barely see the script.
Subtype the deep.
Whatever.
Armenoid direction. Parts of Saudi Arabia. Africa, Egypt. Qaeda, Kabashis.
Okay.
Yo, it's I know that. And I know that shit.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, you know what? That instinctually sounds correct.
Probably wrong. Oh, we know.
Close enough. There's Morgan Freeman. Yep. Good. Pnoid. Good call.
All right.
Tasmania. New Zealand. Come on now.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that. That's some bullshit.
Or Canada?
I'm getting like Ohio.
Getting like Ohio?
Yeah.
Right.
Boom. That's the guy that answers the phone when you call Alibaba from Mugs. Yeah, I'm down with that. Okay. Not quite. It's got a long commute. That's a Mongolian? Wow, it doesn't look like Kublai Khan. Maybe the artists have just gotten the pictures wrong all this time.
What
you
is
know?
this? What
He looks like a soccer player, right?
does? But she.
So Portugal.
I'm down with. Jawline.
Okay. A a berberid.
Pirates.
So we got 5,000 points on that. That's how this works. If you get it in the deep red.
Now you gotta get.
Oh, all right.
What is this?
Tacky. Yeah, Packy's close to the Indian border. If an educated guess.
Now.
Come on now. Really? Target. Wow.
That's why I said I have no
Okay.
idea.
Well,
They're too dark. Regular.
yeah, that's wild, dude.
Who hurt? Why is his faces? Why are their faces so tiny?
I'm going to go with. Yeah, that's a tough call between North and South America.
That's a tough call, just in general. I mean, I would guess by like
Bolivia. I'm thinking, yeah, something like that. No, it was North America. Shit. Arizonid. That's an original Arizonan. All right.
kind of makes sense.
Relatively recent North American type. Damn. We literally just had these people. And we were Ghana. Oh, what happened? The game ended or did you just start a new one?
Ooh, okay. Yo, listen, they have the. Oh, okay. Listen, I like this. All right, so these are all Native American,
North America. Okay.
right? Some type
This
of
is going to
Native
be hard to
American.
get to the pin. I'm going to put, because of the jawline, right in the nose, more in the southwest in the hot climate. North. I'm thinking like Baja.
Baja.
What are you thinking?
I was thinking South American,
Go with it.
like down.
Okay.
Go with your. Go with yours. I would
You
have
had
been
it.
right.
West
Amazon.
Amazonid.
Pin was.
All right, rip.
Where is?
And look at that. So the pin, yeah, puts them in the DR. Really? Is that Cuba? All right. So basically, the pin averages out the distribution from all the outer borders. Is that how it works? Yeah, we've seen them before. Appalachians.
All these.
Yeah.
Peru.
Yeah.
Think that was that Colombian?
Yeah, the Colombian chicks usually have more of a round head, so I'd be down with that. Get out of here. They're Eskimos. Come on with the Eskimo kisses
Not
over here.
Eskimos, brother.
They're
Fucking
children. Damn.
What?
The guy looks like a bouncer.
Ugly fuckers. Bigfoot?
He's a security guard, 100%. Know what I mean?
Where?
Like the mall.
I mean, where on them? I would say. I had to guess.
Really? I was thinking Montana, but okay.
California.
Wow, very specific. California, the original Californian. Mexico. Yep. Bang, right in there. Get out of here. A Pampid? They look Mayan, don't they?
Patagonian variety, Pampa, sometimes mixed with Forte, Agatoba.
Yeah, you know what I feel like the AI does is it kind of takes a face that is misleading and then recolors the skin to categorize it in a different location, and that's what fucks us up. I think it's fucked up.
Now these, I think, are Mexican.
Yeah, I agree.
Why are we so bad at this?
Fuck. I'm not 100% that this thing's super accurate, but I'm not educated on the subject enough to really make that call.
Aren't these guys?
Straight up Alaska.
One time, I think. Long nose. Um, right in. Fuck. That's where I was gonna guess it first. Where were these people from? Here.
Yeah, I think those were the Eskimos. Straight up. Yep. Athabaskan. Hey, come back here with that, you Athabaskan.
What are these?
Yeah, the AI is tripping, man. That's what this is.
Let me take a look in a second.
What in the fuck? Like I said, best fucking show ever. Yeah, listen, bro. Like, yo, we're standing here doing like things nobody else is doing. That is a white bitch. That is a white chick.
South Central.
I think he might have been being sarcastic.
It's gonna be Oakland. And he's going to be part of a certain group called the Latin Kings.
You know what? Go with it. Oh, booyah.
Fuck yes. All right. These are
Amazon.
Where are they from?
Right on the river. Put them in the middle of the river.
Where was that previous one at? I had to hop out to look at the map.
You were right. California Pacific.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah.
You did it. You're a fucking hero.
Goddamn.
That was all bullshit, but whatever.
Hero.
Fake it till you make it. All right. Fail upwards is what I say.
Hero, baby.
All right, all right, all right.
All right. Oh dear. There's like 4 of them. Gonna slow right the fuck down for that. All right. Oh, there's 5.
You got 5 bears.
Yep, I got 5 deer over here. Jimmy hit one last week. Had to change oil and everything.
Bullseye. Exactly. Over here.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Fucking golden. Fucking golden.
You know what one would kind of be really fun to play with? If they had an AI that could do like dialects around the world. Like you could have it be just North American accents, but then you could go worldwide with all the different accents.
I don't know. What do you think? I have no clue. Fucking lost, man. Fucking lost.
And oh wow, yeah.
That's my best guess. I have no clue.
That's fine. Can't be too far off. Nice.
Fucking golden.
Lagoa Santa of the clauses. French Guiana. No, yeah, Panama. How about Panama? How about Panama? Closer to Panama.
I think Pan.
Why not? Get the fuck out of here, you rapid. Your mama's a whore, rapid.
Rapid. Warpid. Warpid.
They look Incan to me, but probably is South America.
I was thinking North America.
West Coast.
Oh my
Nope.
God.
Ended.
Kronos and South. Although after. Walter, we're playing your game.
Which game?
Ethno Guesser.
Oh, awesome. Let me check it out. Hold on. That looks very North American.
Said this a bunch of times.
Hmm. It could be somewhere near South America then. Either one.
I would guess.
Yeah.
Like they look like traditional.
Yeah, they look very native.
Oh,
Yeah, we were generally right. Yeah.
All right, these are South.
Very South American.
Very South.
Yeah, South America. Yeah. But where in South America? Because they're very indigenous looking.
I agree. Long noses. I'm gonna guess. Anybody got
Possibly.
greater ideas?
Uncarnate.
It's either it could be Peru. It's either Peru, possibly Peru, because I've seen people from Peru that look like that. Yeah, it's within this general area. Like they all look the same, so it's hard.
We're not far.
No, I was right. I was sort of right.
Choco
I was.
That's close. That is close to the pin. Pretty good.
Special type found in Colombia, Venezuela, and as well as Panama. Brazilian
I was
elements,
generally correct.
as well as the relics of one of the first migrations to South American similarities. It's typical Choco. I have no idea. I can't. All right.
Yeah, I was generally right. Mm. South America too, but we're in South America.
We'll go with both.
I'm down with that.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, we're 5,000. North and yeah. I know exactly who. God damn it! Fucking work. These are whitish.
Iroquois.
Boys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, bro.
Dude, they were in a movie with Kevin Costner.
I would guess like northern. Oh, actually, I think these are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boom, bitch.
Nice. Arizonans. Should have known from that Arizona style
Hey,
jacket.
very clever.
Oh,
Okay.
yo, that's a fucking wild card right there. That shit's fucking
I know where
anyone's
these.
guess.
I know where these.
Okay.
That guy is ahead of a car.
Still. Okay, Mexico City. There you go.
Yeah, sports. Listen. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know that type. Are we allowed to guess in Greenland?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But
Why?
really, I'm thinking Eskimos straight up.
I'm thinking. Yo, who would
Inuit.
live that far north? How are you recording?
I'll do it. You know why? Because people leave you the fuck alone.
I mean, like, this is true, but like that is a lot of distance. All right. These. Let's keep this on. I think these are.
They all look the same, man. Like they're all from the very similar region. It's just different breeds of them.
Right. So that would be your Taino Indian.
Yeah, I think that's.
Taino. Tahinos.
I was
Yeah, that
right.
looks
I
very
was
Tahino.
right. Yo, I was right. I'm right.
Yep.
Listen.
Wow, that's close. Look at how far is that? 37. So 40, 60, was
16,
it 2.2?
16 miles.
16 miles. Like that is probably the closest it's been to the pin in all iterations of this game so far.
No. We've hit bullseye. Exactly.
Really? Is it because of doubles?
No. I mean, like sometimes, good, right? Like sometimes we're just. Okay,
Nicaragua.
that's what I was thinking exactly in that region. Honduras, Salvador. No.
Mexican again? That's really close. That's almost straight up.
Yeah.
That is some golfing right there. Those are those Inuits again, aren't it? What happened? What was our score? Isn't there like a finish screen when you finish a game? Like what happened? Why is it just like crash out like that?
I reloaded. Go to the page.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Listen. Okay. So here's the deal. 5 turns, right, to guess. Like we have 5 people.
Is this are you making up rules or is this
Nah,
the game?
man. Listen. It's just go best of 5. I guess. I don't fucking know. So where do we think these people?
German.
German.
Hold on, let me. Yeah, what that? Hold on, that looks a bit. That no, that doesn't look German. Yeah, that looked very. I was about to say that looked very Scandinavian. That didn't look Germanic, like German.
Oh, fucking.
That looks a bit. Looks Baltic.
Does look
looks a bit Baltic.
Does look Baltic. Where's Romania?
I wouldn't be sure about Romania.
I would.
I guess you can guess that because I have a different idea where they're from.
Belarus.
Which is
Belarus, not Belarusian. Go back a bit. I think it's near Latvia and Lithuania, that type of Baltic. Or Estonia. It looks a bit Estonian.
I'm gonna go
Near
with
that
Latvia.
general
Listen, we're gonna
region.
go with Latvia. I like this big
Yeah.
eyes. I used to fuck a chick. I used to bang a broad who looked just like her from Romania.
All right, well, we'll see. Where
160
where was
kilometers.
where
Going it. Russian.
That is not what
I
Russians look like.
I was
Oh,
slightly
listen, we're
off.
not guessing ethnicity. We're guessing what country they're.
Oh. Oh, all right.
What country?
Let me see. It looks a bit Southern European.
I would guess Italian.
A little bit. Yeah.
Italian, French, or
Looks very Mediterranean. Yeah, it looks very Mediterranean.
I'm
Italian,
good with
French, or
Italy.
Italy.
Serbia.
Serbia. Oh.
Or
Sounds off.
0.
I'm gonna be real. After seeing this chart, I don't even know what white people are anymore, man. They look so different to me.
Right? This is completely fucking up my brain. That might be the point of this game, is to confuse you entirely.
Yeah, it's like I don't know what white people are anymore. They all look so different.
I mean,
That's actually kind of tough.
America.
Isn't this based on original genealogy, or is this a
Yes.
composite of what
does
modern
this
people
ethnic-
look like?
What does ethnic group?
Brazilian.
They're not Brazilians.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I've seen Brazilians who look like that.
Yeah, well, nowadays, like, Brazilians look like everybody. It's like 30% everything.
Not like Morocco.
That's a good guess.
Morocco. That's not a bad idea. They look a bit
I
North
support that.
African.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
And fucked. That's not. No, this has to be modern guesser. This can't be
Dominican
GMO.
Republic.
Hang on,
Dominican Republic.
Let's see. Okay, yeah. So these ethno guessers are from modern day. Right?
I knew it. Okay. So Sweden, we're gonna fucking knock this shit out of the park now.
All right.
Yeah, that looks very Scandinavian.
All right. And
Russia.
Russian.
Serbia. Oh, yeah, that's right, Russia. Then Serbia. I know my Serbians now, motherfucker.
Yeah, we know who this.
West Virginian.
We be cheating and shit. Hello, Puerto Rico.
What up, homie? All right. Modern day.
No. Fucked. I'd be like,
These
yo,
look
Mom,
like-
are you from
These look like-
Venezuela?
Venezuela.
I disagree. I'm gonna go with
modern day country.
a script country
Think Middle Eastern.
like Saudi Arabia. Yeah.
Yo,
Or
Ma,
Egyptian.
like, yeah, just picture you're walking up to her, you'd be like, yo, Ma, are you from? And what's your guess?
Venezuela.
You like that?
Venezuela. I'm saying the dude. The dude looks Venezuelan.
Hit it.
Send it.
No one else has any other ideas.
Peru.
Oh, no way.
We're not bad.
Okay.
Bad.
Okay, so it's still distance from the pin. All right, I see. I thought it was like pass fail.
Kind of pass fail. And yo, you want to have some fun? They're all East Asian.
Yes, the Asian.
Fuck me.
Yo. Yo.
Oh God.
No, I hate me. Hey,
Crikey.
all East Asians.
Jesus
Anybody
Christ.
still watching this? Almost nobody. Hate mystery. Yo, what up? Anyway, right? So
This looks like it's from a country that employs a social credit score.
I agree.
Yeah, it looks. I can't say slurs on YouTube, but it looks very c-wordish, you know.
Chinese.
Chinese?
Yeah, chinkish.
Right. No, we're
You
not
meant
far
that
off.
there's a chink in the armor.
Okay.
Mongoid. We've seen this guy before.
$5.
We've seen this guy before. That's the Jimmy Fallon impersonator in Thailand. Chikuzin. Yo, it's Chikuzin.
What is this abomination?
I
It's
didn't know
very
Mongolians had Down syndrome, but here we are.
I mean, most Asians look like they have Down syndrome, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, I remember I saw this one
But then
really,
when you
really
see
fat
one with
Asian.
legit Down syndrome, you're like, holy fuck, that's a lot of squint.
Yeah, yeah, but it's like it's a very equal amount of squint if you really think about it. Like they have very squinty eyes, and they have the monolids too, and like they blink like lizards.
They and there's a copious amount of saliva coming from somewhere, not necessarily the mouth. You're just like, where the fuck? Why are you sticky?
What do we got, bro?
Mongolia, near that region.
Put him right on the Great Wall.
Those are the fuckers that raped the Russians and raped a bunch of parts of Asia. Those are the OG rapists.
This guy's
I
literally
didn't know
got
we were allowed to go that far. I would have went up there. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking about going up there. I would have assumed that like that was off limits. You know what I mean? Like, they say East Asians. I'm assuming you're talking about everybody in this like general vicinity right here. But this is
Korean?
North Korea. Anybody got an argument?
Nope.
They
Sounds good.
they seem happy and well fed, so that's why I'm not going with North Korea.
Well, I mean, it's AI.
Also fair.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad. I want to say North Korea. Yo, bro, like yo, Walter,
Just say
you've been
Chinese.
to this area.
No, hold on. He looks like Jackie
Beijing.
Chan. I think he's Chinese.
Walter, you've been here. Help us.
Look at the round head. That's China.
They all have
Walter
round heads.
may have died.
I mean,
Round head, not round eye.
Does look like Jackie Chan. Here?
Yeah, sure.
Where's Jet Li from?
I don't know. We're very close. Manchu. Okay. Oh, I actually know this one. Where was Ong Bak made?
Thailand?
Oh. Thailand.
Send it.
Bullseye. See? Listen, bro, I be watching some fucking Asian stuff. I know some Asian.
This looks like a happy Chinese. So, like rural.
About like general vicinity.
Cambodia?
Yeah,
Malaysia.
I was gonna guess there or there. These are my guesses.
Let's do it.
I'm getting Malaysia vibes. But all right. Japan?
South Korea.
Get
The
fuck out of here. No, it's deeper red in Japan. That's like wild.
Oh, these are Japanese.
That nose is so long.
He looks
Wasn't
like
aware the Japanese had Jewish heritage.
he looks like Adrian Brody.
Japanified?
Conan, you're fucking close. 500 miles. Not bad.
Work.
Strictly business. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. That is a merchant phenotype.
Yeah.
Close enough. Close
Bang.
enough.
Okay, we know these guys. This is
Cambodia. That's Khan from King of the Hill.
oh, that's the kid from fucking The Hangover. Eddie. They made Sleep on the Roof. Bangkok. Yeah, see, listen.
Kimchi.
Thailand. Watching the
Chinese.
some type of China.
Yeah.
How about like Laos?
That wouldn't be a bad guess. I had a Chinese kid in my class that looked like fucking exactly that. That may as well be a yearbook picture.
Honkanese.
That was very close.
Or
Now that's Jet Li.
Taiwanese?
Okay, yeah, I'm down with that.
Had these.
Movies have fucked me up. Yeah, we did have it. These guys exactly. And I totally forgot.
Walter? Oda?
Oh, sorry, I'm back. I was doing something. What's up? Scroll down to the phenotype. Yeah, that is a rapist phenotype. That's near the Mongolian region.
This is a Mongolian?
Yeah, that's a rapist right there. Okay. I was wrong.
Is it a Mongolian rapist?
Yeah, but that's like those are the people that like raped everyone in Asia and like raped all of, like the European countries in Eastern Europe.
That is a South Korean femboy.
That is a really rude way to just say that they laid a lot of pipe.
They look gay is what he's saying.
I'm hearing a lot of haterade. I'm just saying.
I mean, some of the Koreans do look extremely gay. I'm gonna be honest.
Some
Koreans don't look that gay.
Oh, wait.
Damn, that's a hard one.
Hi.
Oh, this looks like Asian DB Cooper.
Something's telling me Angkor Wat.
I don't even know what the fuck you just said.
Angkor Wat is like a giant pyramid ruins in Cambodia.
I'm down. I'll throw it in there. I was closer than you. Mongolian. Okay.
Mongolian.
Oh shit, it Mongolian?
Malaysia.
That there's always that common rapist phenotype that these people have with the eyes. You can tell that's gay. That's gay.
The kind eyes of an old stranger as he cuts out your kidney.
Exactly.
I know this guy sounds like. "Bah, bah, 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 bah."
But you know he doesn't have any semblance of teeth. So it's
Myanmar.
like,
How about Myanmar?
Sure.
okay.
Mongolians again.
Katanga, baby.
I said Malaysia. So,
Well, you sound like a robot right now. This is 100% south. Malaysia?
Everybody's Malaysia from now on.
Mongolia.
Do it. Do it.
Thailand. Not bad. Kinda white. So, I believe. On?
I want to go with like city, like Beijing.
No. Not doing that. Nepali.
Okay.
On
That's what I want to go with. You
Laos.
can't change me what I want to go.
Yeah, I know what you listen. Yeah, but you're dumb, so that's wrong.
I mean, y'all talked me out of clearly right answers, so I don't want to hear
Listen,
it.
DK, I sent you a message. Nepal.
Yo, did you see what I sent you?
No, I haven't been in the DMs at all, bro. I just grabbed the link and threw DMs on this.
You mentioned DMs. I just asked if you had.
No, I haven't looked
I
at the
need
DMs
you to
yet.
not
I'm busy at
respond
the
like
moment.
a
I'm busy
demon.
at the moment. Listen. Okay. What do you think? Somebody help me out here.
That's a rough one. That to me, that's just like literally anybody.
Fuck it.
Malaysia.
I was right.
Huh. East Pangolids again.
Where was it?
Before.
Pangolid.
East Pangolid.
They're the pangolids, the guys who got banged out to spread COVID. Japanese. Okinawans.
Okay.
Okinawa. I don't know what.
Pretty close.
What if we see a little radiation sickness?
Booyah.
Just
listen,
Nagasaki.
Are
Jesus.
Chinese / Vietnam. Laotian. Let's see it.
I was correct.
Is there a North American version of this?
Just did the North
Yeah,
American
we did it
version
already.
of it.
And it was actually harder than this. It was fucking tough.
Yeah, that shit was retarded because literally half the people aren't even from there anymore. Right. All right. So what is this? Mongolians again?
I guess I would put him in a stan, right? But if we're not doing West Asia, is this including Western Asia or no?
No. This is just
East Asia. Well, that's a tough one then. I would have to go
We
very north
have
in that
Asia
case.
and we're having this much problem.
I'm sensing like very northern attributes.
that work for
right? Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, it is Western. See, what the fuck?
Yo,
How is that East Asia? How is that East Asia?
Don't know.
See, the computer's fucking tripping, man.
Broken. Yo, it's the dude from Fast and the Furious. Han.
It's Han. Yeah. Rip.
What part of Japan?
Yo, Han banged out the fucking hot Jewish girl that played Wonder Woman. So respect, you know what I'm saying?
Not really.
You
But
put
like,
respect on his name.
Yo, which part of Japan?
Probably literally anywhere in Japan. Their genealogy seems to like spread. Like whenever it's
I'm
Japanese,
tired
it's
of this
all
game,
Japan.
bro. This game is terrible.
He's Tibeted. Okay. I'm about to go to
This
bed.
one I know. Huh?
So I'm going to be going to Tibeted soon.
I feel you. I'm gonna go with Laos. Wobbles with Laos.
Nope. Pretty good. That's very generic.
Fucking listen. They all look the same.
Yeah, that is super generic looking. I don't even know.
GeoGuessr, where if you weren't racist before, you will be turned into one.
Bangladesh.
No, no way.
How long their nose are
Really?
they? Mountain people. Has to be mountain people.
You know, every time I've seen Bangladesh, though, they're super dark. They're like really, really crispy Indians. Nepal. Okay, that's a good guess. Yeah. East Shanded.
I don't even know it.
Literally
Fuck that.
everywhere.
They look like Native Americans.
Japan. He looks like a Yakuza.
I'm fine with it. Art.
Right there. Tokyo, baby. Oh, get out of here. Calm. Liar. Central casting's fucking up my entire compass on this shit. Know what I mean?
I agree.
Please, FBI.
I'm gonna go Bangladesh.
Okay. Deuteromeliad. That seems like a,
Pretty good. Look.
yeah, a seafaring people. Interesting. Congratulations.
Congratulations, you're fully racist.
Yeah, congratulations, you're retarded. You don't know anybody. You don't know anything. Welcome to New Earth.
What is going
Y'all
on?
don't know shit.
You know that stupid peg game at fucking Cracker Barrel where you're an ignorant moose and you're alright and all the way up to like you're a genius? I think we're at everybody looks alike level.
Yeah, see, I feel like this game actually diffuses racism. It's just kind of like, I don't know what anybody is anyway, so why bother? I just need to hate you for your beliefs, not where you're from, because I have no idea where you're from.
I feel you. All right, listen, we're gonna stop the stream here because like I'm tired, and I gotta get cigarettes before I go to bed. So like, listen, I'm gonna holla at y'all motherfuckers later. Thank you for coming out watching my stream.